Okay, the hour being 10 o'clock, we'll open up the public hearing on Senate Bill 354 and hear from the prime sponsor, Senator Susi. Good morning, Senator.
For the record, I'm Donna Susi. I represent Senate District 18, which is comprised of the town of Litchfield and Manchester's wards 5 through 9. And I'm here today to introduce Senate Bill 354, which was a request of the Department of Insurance to make changes to their existing licensing statutes. These changes will do a few things. Modify the adjuster's law to define good cause for license non-issuance. Codify the practice that license renewal fees are non-refundable. Clarify that banks don't need a license to sell credit, life, and accident insurance to resolve a conflict in existing statutory law. We want to be clear, they don't need to be licensed to sell these products. And require the producer for a business that sells insurance to actually hold a license for the lines that are being sold. During the Senate hearings, the insurance industry was in favor of these changes. My understanding is that Josh Hilliard is here from the department to answer any more technical questions that you have, but I would ask for your support of this bill on behalf of the department. I'd be happy to answer any questions. As I said, to the extent they're more technical in nature, you might get a more detailed response from the department. Thank you.
Great. I just realized my clerk just walked in. Do you have written testimony?
I do, and I would be happy to share it with you.
That would be perfect. Thank you very much. Okay, see no questions from the committee? Oh, we do it. Representative Greason?
I just want to make sure that the language, thank you, Senator, for coming. On line 6 of the text, of the first page of the text, it says $2,500 per violation or any combination or actions. Should that be a combination of actions? Or I'm not sure the sentence reads, maybe it's not enough caffeine or too much caffeine or one or the other. It's not making sense to me in reading that. Should it be of or?
I see what you're saying. Why don't I have the department weigh in? Because my understanding is a lot of this language is consistent with other parts of the statute. I believe it should be of, but I'll have them respond when
so
they
we
come
drank
up
the
as
same
well.
cup of coffee. Good.
Thank you, Representative. Good catch.
Okay, great, thank you.
And if I may approach, I'll
Yes, please. So the insurance department, I actually don't have a card yet. See. Bonnie, are you, oh, I'm sorry, that's, okay. Who's supposed to fill out the pink card, but, okay. You're new to this process here, so that we, in the House, different from the Senate, we actually have these little cute pink cards.
I did fill one out, but I
Oh.
attached it over there. I might
Oh,
not have.
here it is. It just suddenly appeared. It's a marvel. Okay, Josh, go ahead.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Thank you for your time this morning. My name is Joshua Hilliard. I'm the Compliance and Enforcement Counsel at the New Hampshire Insurance Department, and I'm here to speak, of course, in favor of this bill for the department today. So to first address the question from Representative Greason, I believe that may need to be an of as you identify rather than an or in that line. Line 6 of that first page. Thank you. I'd like to speak briefly to each of these changes, but please, interrupt me at any point if you have any questions about them. As identified by Senator Susi, the first change would modify the licensure for adjusters in terms of the penalties we can bring and bring it in line with that for insurance agents, insurance producers. Right now, the statute only identifies good cause as the reasons why the department may bring an action against an adjuster who has violated our laws. That's, of course, quite vague. This change would identify good cause to include all of the reasons that are enumerated under the statute to bring an action against an insurance agent. The second change to 400-829 makes clear that not only are the application fees non-refundable for an insurance producer or agent license, but the renewal fees as well. The third change would help eliminate what is currently a conflict in our law. Under 406C, right now, financial institutions, both banks and credit unions, are not required to obtain a license to sell a limited line of credit insurance. Unfortunately, another part of our statutes, and that is 408A9, indicates that anyone selling credit insurance must have a license. There's a clear conflict in the law. The practice that the department has meant to not require, of course, under 406C, that a financial institution have a license. And this change in the statute, this third change, would eliminate that current conflict in the law. The fourth and final change would make a change to the requirement right now for designated responsible licensed producers or persons, DRLPs. And those are people that are identified as the person responsible for an entity's compliance with insurance law. So if an entity is producing, selling insurance, they need to have a person who is licensed, who is responsible for that entity's compliance with the law. Currently, under the law, there's no requirement that that individual who is responsible for the entity's compliance be licensed in the same lines that the entity is, which is an issue because you could have a producer, an insurance agent who may be licensed to sell auto insurance, who could be named as a DRLP for an entity that's selling life insurance. And that person who is licensed to sell auto does not know life. And really, how can they be responsible for the compliance for that entity? So this change would just make it so that the person or persons identified as the DRLP for that entity be licensed in the lines that that entity is selling. I'm happy to answer any questions any of you may have.
We do have questions. Representative Van Houten?
Thank you. Good morning, and thank you for your testimony. I just have a clarification for my own sensibility, I guess. Under the good cause limitations, or not limited to, the last one, Roman 12, doesn't directly deal with insurance as do the others. It deals with court imposing child support obligation and a violation thereof. That just seems unusual. All the others are related to insurance. So I'm wondering why that exists.
That's a direct corollary, Representative, from the producer law, where we have the same powers under the producer law to bring action against an entity who has failed to a person rather, who has failed to pay a child support order. The grounds for that, I'm really not best to speak to the actual grounds for that. I believe it's probably because it comes from a model law from the NAIC.
Okay. Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
I have no more cards on Senate Bill 354. Anybody else like to testify? Speak now, forevermore, hold your peace. The blue sheet, we have Ron McLean, Cooperative Credit Union Support. Joan LaCourse is NHID in support. Josh Hiller, obviously. Heather Silvern from the department also. And Joan Pageon, representing New Hampshire Association of Insurance Agents in support. And with that, I will close the public hearing on 354. Oh. This is, yes, and so, and yes, Senator Kavanaugh is also in support. Okay. so confused. Where was already there? Yeah, and I. Violation. Driving. So just. I think you gotta go with the part because he already said the way the answer was, but I so play the tape to accept for violation or any combination of actions. And
No, they said I didn't have to.
over there, you see this.
There may be others coming from the department right now, see? Okay.
Okay, so we'll call up Tricia Molino from Senator Cannon's office, and since Senator Cannon would not be able to make it, she's here to give his written
morning.
testimony, right?
Yes, yes.
You know, it makes the clerk happy.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and committee members. My name is Tricia Malillo, legislative aide for Senator Gannon, here to introduce Senate Bill 204. Introducing Senate Bill 204 and an amendment to SB 204 at the request of the Insurance Department to further modify the definition of covered claim in the New Hampshire Insurance Guarantee Association Act. The Guarantee Association was established to protect property and casualty policyholders from unfunded losses and ensure that their claims are paid should their insurer become insolvent. All P&C companies licensed in New Hampshire are members of the Guarantee Association. The language changes to covered claim clarify that P&C policies originally issued by an association member will be paid by the association, and policies originally issued by a non-member will not be covered by the association, regardless of what company has responsibility for the policy at the time of the claim. The controlling issue is who issued the original policy, a member or non-member. The amendment to SB 204 helps further clarify the issue. The insurance industry supports these changes, and Heather Silverstein is here from the Insurance Department to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, Heather, so no Doug?
Haven't seen yet.
Okay,
He was, good morning. He was originally supposed to be at the NEIC meeting, so maybe he just thought that I was
that's more
covering.
important probably.
Yes. So this change is, and including the amendment, is just to further clarify this obligation. You know, what happens if companies go into liquidation at some point down the road, and who has responsibility for the claims under particular policy. And we just wanted to clarify in our law that it's who, as long as there was it was a member that issued the policy, then that policy would be covered, regardless if there was changes later with regard to the policy being owned or, you know, under the control of a different company later. And this came about because there has been confusion in other states and that have led to issues, and we didn't want that to happen in our state, so we wanted to clarify the law.
Okay. Any questions? Yep, Representative Abel.
Are there any situations in which a policyholder in New Hampshire would not have someone making, you know, covering them? I mean, do we have to worry about anybody, any individual policyholders who would not be covered by this?
Not for licensed companies, not for licensed PNC
Okay.
companies. It's more of like if a non-licensed company got the policy down the road. And then, you know, so the whole idea is these licensed companies, they pay into the guarantee fund. They support it. And so it's also consistency with that. It's the companies that are paying in, those policies should be covered later. Most policies would be covered in New Hampshire because they'd be licensed, the company would be licensed. But if for some reason it passed to a non-licensed company, then it might not be covered.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And no Doug. Oh, okay. And this is your amendment that you guys had drawn up?
Yes.
Okay.
And that was at the request of the Guarantee Association.
The Guarantee Association. Okay. All right. Having no more cards for 204, does anybody want to testify on Senate Bill 204? Seeing none, close the public hearing. And Kristen, do you have a copy of this? Okay, so that we'll need that for tomorrow. Thank you. Excuse me. Heather, did you ever fill out a pink card? Yeah, because, so it's just the one that has no name on it? Oh, yeah, 21 South Fruit Street, is that your?
Yeah.
It's your address, not your name. I got it, okay. Okay. Actually, the woman. Okay, so for the record, Senate Bill 204, both Donna Susie, Senator Susie and Senator Reagan signed in support.
So there's the 12 to 18, but the rest of the bill should. Yeah, it's a very minor change.
I did put my name on it too.
Okay, why don't we open up the next hearing, Senate Bill 205, relative to Insurance Department Administrative Fund, and hear from Tricia Melillo for Senator Gannon. Good morning again.
Tricia Melillo, Legislative Aide for Senator Gannon. Okay, Senate Bill 205 is introduced at the request of the Insurance Department to modify the way the department manages their administration fund when there's an overage at the beginning of the new fiscal year. Current language stipulates any overage to be calculated as a pro rata offset, apportioned to each individual insurer based on their relative contribution to the fund. The changes proposed by SB 205 will allow for any overage to be generally applied to reduce future assessments across the board, mirroring the process spelled out in statute for the Department of Labor and their Workers' Compensation Administration Fund. The insurance industry is fine with this change, and Michelle Heaton is here from the Insurance Department to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Great. Oh, Representative Johns.
Do we know how this came out of committee in the Senate?
Yes, 5-0 on consent.
Great. All right, so Michelle Heaton from the New Hampshire Insurance Department. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Michelle Heaton. I'm the Health Law and Policy Legal Counsel at the Insurance Department, and I'm here to answer any questions you guys may have about the bill. It's really just a minor change, and it's going to help us make it much easier for us to calculate these assessments and send out the notices. Any question?
So I don't think we've met before. Have you?
I've been here before. I usually testify on health bills, but I also
Right, I
help
was going
out
to say,
the-
you don't look like Tyler to me, but it's all right.
Yeah, I work closely with Tyler. So if Tyler's not here, I'll be here in his place.
I
usually.
gotcha. Okay, cool. All right, we do have a question. Representative McNamara.
Well, thank you for coming down. I just have a question regarding the administration fund versus the assessment fund. Are they one and the same?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? See none? Thank you very much. Uh, no more cards? Anybody want to testify on this issue? That's okay. Just is the right bill? This is yeah. No, this is 206, 205. Okay, 205. Senator Carson and Senator Reagan in support, and Tony Piedmont of also is it legislator is in support of the bill. And the other blue sheet, we have Joan Pageant. Of course, Heather is Silverman is also in support from the insurance department. Michelle Heaton signed it again, and then Tony Piedmont is still in support of this bill. Okay. Did you want to speak, Tony? All right. With that, I will close the public hearing.
I heard they. So Boulay was coming out Pine Street. This car kept like 45, 50 miles an hour. Hit him in front of the curb. Well, the curbing though. Oh, no, no, I know, I thought it was him. Pretty close.
So you work in just like a healthcare, right?
Yeah, in fact.
So.
She's major med.
You remember that? That was when I was talking to you about.
And Roni is like maybe part of it's not major, but
I'm racing all over the flag part. Oh, yeah. Everything's fine. Sounds sick.
I've always wanted Steve's gonna walk and then I started in.
Yeah.
I hear it. I know who I was, you know, I mean, I know who I was for. Because I'm a little right
Cool.
now.
Yeah.
You know.
You know, spend.
Yeah.
Got plans for spending dollars. You even see us how lives.
It doesn't work out. So that's my. Yeah. We should do that in Manchester. So I think we should do that in Manchester.
The water park is there.
Jason Dexter, he's compliant, so
Yeah.
that's more.
Yep.
So they review all the policies coming in.
It was always used for white water.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that section there, it just.
You can't do that.
Divided between.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, like on a cruise ship almost.
That doesn't sound right. It's months.
Yeah.
It would be a polite.
Yeah.
Casino is what. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I have the wishing well. So
I think there's confusion on our point of view. And that's part of
every week I go up.
the 14 is statute.
Start from.
It's very involved in the system.
Yeah.
And he did say.
So I think that's part of the confusion.
Right. Yeah, so I'm looking at it. So I
That's different.
That is different, but, this was.
Okay.
Written.
They started over in Canterbury. Seriously? Sewage? It's untreated.
So I'm trying to get.
It's gross. It's gross.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you go to, every once in a while, Canterbury, across where I live,
Yeah, it's there.
right there, nothing grows.
Yeah, there used to be.
No, nothing grows. It's like, it used to be a good hayfield, and now it's really small. Sludge, not, never, some of it, they have trains.
That's what I'm saying. We don't know if we have to find it yet. Yeah.
The,
Yeah.
It's probably been.
It's,
that subject.
yeah, and then a checklist for what? For any, like, an insurance company, yeah, look at bugs, yeah. What does it mean? Like the regulations, like what the form of the inspection is. Yeah. I kind of fumble around. It's very helpful. Can't find it, right, email. Yeah.
How are you?
They can help. Okay, that's smart. Okay, good, I'll keep that. Because it's helpful, because it's like.
My orchard is so good to do.
Yeah. They're looking at the form.
Yeah. I have to mow it constantly because
So we've been trying to do.
so it hasn't been mowed all year.
All right.
What happened to my clerk?
You got, still got a minute.
Oh, I see. That clock. See, the clock is different. So I just looked up at that one, and
Some of these provisions you might go over. Yeah. It's tucked in a weird statute. Yeah.
okay. We'll open up the public hearing on Senate Bill 205 and hear from the prime sponsor, Senator French. Good morning, Senator French. What a pleasure it is to have you.
Oh,
before the
Mr. Chair, you have no idea how excited I am to be back where I started.
You learned everything you needed to know.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, my name is Harold French. I am Senator from District 7. And I'm here to present Senate Bill 206, which is a really great and important bill. This bill is a request of the Insurance Department to remove prepaid legal contracts from regulation by the Insurance Department and make certain clarifications regarding consumer guarantee contracts, also known as service contracts. This bill is a little complicated, as you might well guess, and the department is here to speak to it in great depth and detail. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is there any questions for the chair of the Senate Commerce Committee? Seeing
Never ask the
Representative-
chairman embarrassing questions. Just remember that, Representative.
Representative Johnson. Well,
How did this come out of committee in the Senate?
5-0.
Consent?
Consent.
I would say you could look this docket up if you. You just checking his memory.
And by the way, Representative, that's one strike.
Oh, right. Weren't you in his district? It wasn't right, but he's done now. Okay. So the next, I'll call up James Fox from the Insurance Department. And I see you have a title, PC Director.
I didn't fill out the card, so. Yeah, my name is James Fox, and I'm the Property Casualty Director, and I'm also up here with Heather Silverstein, who's the General Counsel at the department. This bill, Senate Bill 206, actually has two pieces. One piece is the consumer guarantee.
A little closer to the mic.
I'm sorry. One piece is the consumer guarantee contract piece that Senator French mentioned, and then there's also an amendment to add a piece about the department's investigation statute, 400A16, and that's what General Counsel Silverstein will discuss. So I'm only here for the consumer guarantee contract piece. As Senator French noted, the consumer guarantee contract law was designed for and handles service contracts, and also some people call them extended warranties. That's the thing when you buy an item at a store, they say, would you like an extended warranty? Or if you buy a car, they say, would you like an extended warranty? That is what the law, in my opinion, was designed for, and it works very well for that. And we regulate that, and we help consumers understand their rights under those contracts. But in addition to that, also what was added to that law was prepaid legal contracts, and those are contracts where you may have seen them on television. You like LegalZoom. You enter into a contract, and then if you have some legal questions, you can call, and they'll provide you with a lawyer to answer some simple legal questions. Now, in that area, I've been with the department 10 years. We've never had one complaint that we've handled as to those issues. And also, our only role in that at this point is we occasionally have a company ask us if their particular contract falls within our law or doesn't fall within our law, which sometimes is a little bit difficult to answer because the current statute is very subjective. Like if they can answer simple questions, then there's obviously a question, well, what's a simple question? So and so basically, after consideration by the department, it felt like our resources were better spent on the more emerging actual insurance products that are coming out, because they're actually getting much more high tech, let's call it, so the reviews getting more extensive, and to remove this particular product from the consumer guarantee statute, because it's in the department's opinion not something that we need to regulate. To protect consumers. Obviously, at some point in time, if there were a problem in the future, we would reconsider that position. But at this point, after over a decade, we don't feel it's necessary. Now, the other piece of the consumer guarantee contract, part of the bill that we are asking to have included, is something called pro rata return. So if you have, say, you have an automobile policy, and you pay Geico for 6 months, then you decide to cancel it halfway through, you get half your money back. That's a pro rata return. That is how it operates in almost all personal lines, except if you have like a short-term policy, then like you're getting insurance for like an event or a trip, then it's a little different because the risk is not spread out over that full period of time. So those we don't require to be pro rata. We didn't have that in the consumer guarantee contract, and we thought we had some insurance companies that were not insurance companies, some consumer guarantee contract companies who were balking at the pro rata idea, but most of them do it. So the thought was to just put it in the law that you have to do it pro rata if it's a contract that's a year or more. And then what we allow them to do, because they said, well, there is a cost to our processing these things, is that they can have 10% of the contract price, but with a cap of $75 in essence to administer the cancellation, and then the rest goes back to the consumer. And that is generally how it works in regular insurance. We allow fees as long as they're reasonable. We felt this was a reasonable fee, so we thought this would end the issue of what the return should be, and we wouldn't have complaints about, like, I got an extended warranty for my car, and I sold my car fairly shortly thereafter, so I don't need it, and I'm having trouble getting my money back. So now we can point to a law and say you have to do it. It ends the discussion. So those are the two consumer guarantee contract issues, and I'll let Heather talk about the investigation statute.
Good morning again. So the amendment that we would like for our statute 400A16, which is pertaining to investigations that the department does. Currently, the statute requires, it states that the commissioner shall adopt rules pursuant to 541A to identify documents obtained during a consumer investigation of the department that potentially could be disclosed to a consumer. That is really a difficult language for us. It's requiring us to adopt those rules, where the amendment we would like was to be as may be necessary. So if those rules are needed, then we could adopt those rules, and we have that in other statutes. At the current time, there's not a need to adopt those rules, so we don't want to be required to go through the administrative process to adopt rules where it's not necessary. So,
Okay. Any questions from committee members? Yeah, Representative Abel.
Yes, thank you for your testimony. If if the prepaid legal contract is no longer part of, you're not overseeing those, where would a consumer go to contact someone in the state about a problem?
That's an excellent question, and I actually was supposed to say that, but I forgot to.
Oh, okay, thank you.
So I wrote there's really three options. One, we're talking about attorneys. So you can go to the Bar Association if you have a complaint about an attorney, and that scares any attorney more than anything else in the world, way more than the insurance department would. The next one is you could bring a contract claim against the company, and then the last one is it would then, in the department's opinion, fall back to the Consumer Protection Act. So that would be the Attorney General's office.
I remember there was some time when they went back and forth. What's the latest with the Bar Association being under the Consumer Protection Act? Because I know at one point in time they were in, and lawyers were out, lawyers are in. I don't know what is the current status of that.
I'm not sure about the current status, but if you look, so you would get a lawyer, but these are really companies that are providing you with lawyers. So you could, even if the lawyers were out, I think you could go after the company itself, like if they didn't provide you the lawyer. So they're basically saying they're going to provide you a lawyer, or they have a lawyer. They're going to pay you money to get a lawyer. So if you want to go after the lawyer, you definitely go to the Bar Association, and if you want to go after the company, I think you go after the Consumer Protection Act, and maybe with the lawyer you go after both. I'm not sure.
But there is an exemption under the Consumer Protection Act for insurance. So this is sort of like
Right, so
a
that
stopgap. This would make sure that if there was some lapse somewhere in there, end of the day, you would be on the insurance departments.
Right. That's always, and that's always how we look at things is, okay, when we regulate it, there's a lot of exemptions, and then that's what we do. And then if we don't, well, where does it fall? So that's always was part of the process of making sure that consumers, to the extent there were problems, would be protected.
Perfect. Yes, Representative Van Houten.
Thank you, and thank you for coming before us this morning. I have a question about the amendment, if I may, please.
Oh,
The question relates to language, and I understand that this is new language. In the third, they're not numbered, but the third line down, the sentence begins, "The commissioner shall adopt rules pursuant," and then it says, "as may be necessary." Is there a conflict between the word "shall" and the words "as may be necessary"? They seem to be, shall is like must, and "as may be necessary" is, yeah, maybe.
No, so we have this in other statutes as well as to our rulemaking authority. So we shall adopt them as may be necessary. So it's if there's a need for the rules, then we would adopt. And so that gives us the flexibility rather than we have to adopt rules when there's no need to adopt rules and nobody wants us to adopt rules. So.
Sort of sounds like a chicken and the egg. You wanted to have the shall to tell you have to do something. And then you have the may says, oh, well, nobody really feels a need for it, so we don't have to do it. Versus it's just taking the shall and say may up front is someone might say is the department wants to make the rules and say, oh, you don't have to. And then they get bogged down in arguing about why they don't have to. Where in this case, you're saying is the beginning premise is they shall make rules. Representative Van Houten.
Thank you. Just a quick follow-up. Is there a definition for necessary in this context? I understand the word necessary, but in this context, is there a definition? And I don't mean to put you on the spot at all. I'm just trying to understand this.
No, but typically, I mean, I look at it practically. Is there some reason, like for a consumer protection related reason or the licensee, also for our licensees, is there some reason that we should be adopting rules to further regulate these investigations or our insurance products? And so that I view it, and I think most of us at the department would view it that way too, is in a practical manner that way.
Okay. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
All right. Do I get the right, Jim Hatem. Representing the Service Council Industry Council. Council? Service in.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Jim Hatem. I'm here on behalf of the Service Contract Industry Council, which is the trade association for the companies that write extended warranties and service contracts. We are here to speak in support of this bill, and particularly Section 2, which relates to the refunds that James had mentioned earlier. And part of the discussion about this amendment was when its first iteration, it was just strictly everyone had to issue refunds. And we mentioned to the department that, you know, these contracts aren't all uniform. They have different durations. And as James explained, you know, there's a lot of them that are written month to month and are kind of low dollar amounts. So, you know, this is actually the biggest industry here is service line contracts, utility line contracts to, you know, between that take care of the service lines between the water and sewer lines between someone's house and the municipality service line. And those are typically a few dollars a month. And then you have service contracts that are of longer duration. That's typically auto service contracts and, you know, equipment service contracts. And as James said, those are a higher dollar amount. So in the context of this discussion, we discussed the way of addressing the distinction through this through requiring the refund only for 12-month contracts and allowing for administrative charge. And this bill currently balances those interests quite well, and we support this bill as it is before you. And what James had mentioned earlier, or on the way over, is I think there might be a typo in line 22. No, I'm sorry. Yeah, in line 22 or 24. I didn't have it in front of me because there's a misreference in one or two. So I think there's a subcommittee tomorrow. I think the department will be able to point which one it is by tomorrow. So it's just, I think the Roman numeral 2 in Roman numeral 1 on line 22, the second should be just Roman numeral 1. So anyway, we'll have that nailed down by tomorrow.
Well, it'd be nice if we can get it solved today so that we'll know when we take up this amendment.
We'll solve it today.
Okay, so, and Kristen behind you is who you need to get it to. Okay, you got it, Jim, right? Okay, otherwise we would have to have another subcommittee, so it'd be nice to have the amendment correct
Oh, I see.
for tomorrow.
Well, we can figure that right now. Soon.
Okay, great. So make sure I understand this when you're talking about, I have, when we get our new cell phones and we get this, I know that this legislation was related to this way back when at some point in time. I think I was the sponsor of it. And so changing it to 12 months. So when I sign up, when I get my new phone and I sign up for the service contract, they bill me monthly. But have I really signed up for a contract that's more than 2 years? Or more than a year? Or that might, whatever the length of the purchase?
So you'd have to, you'd
Look
have
at
to
the
know
fine
exactly
print?
what you signed up. Yeah, well, but certainly, there are certainly service contracts that are a year or more of duration that are billed monthly. I don't think that's
Okay.
Yeah. So this would focuses on the duration of the contract.
Okay. So I just need to make sure it really is is to the life of it, right, until paid off the phone,
Right.
which is the way it's sort of sold as. But I never, and it's true, I never read the fine print. There's a big booklet that comes with that. So, okay. Any other questions from the committee members? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I have no more cards. And the blue sheets, I got Joan Paginal is still here, New Hampshire insurance agent, still in support. And Senator Kavanaugh and Senator Susi, Senator Carson, and Senator Reagan are all in support. Evidently, the senators are taking advantage of our online system more than we probably take advantage of theirs. Well, that's right. They don't have one. Right? Okay. Seeing no more cards, we'll close the public hearing. And okay. Yeah, he needs a minute. That's fine. Okay, we'll open up the public hearing on Senate Bill 207 and hear from the prime sponsor, Senator French. Good morning again, Senator French.
Thank you once again, Mr. Chair. Once again, good morning to the committee. For the record, I still am Senator Harold French, Senator for District 7. I'm here to introduce to you today Senate Bill 207 at the request of the Insurance Department to clarify that a company's cost of retaining an outside expert for review of their annual statements will be credited towards their assessed administrative fees for the subsequent year only. The current language suggests such credit may be carried over into future fiscal years, but since this credit pertains to an annual review cost, the practice is to apply only to the subsequent year. Any future credit earned for costs associated with future annual reviews will likewise be applied only to the year subsequent to the year such credit is earned. The insurance industry is fine with this clarifying change, and Michelle Heaton is here from the Insurance Department to answer any questions you may have. And as a side note, it came out of committee 5-0, was put on consent, and passed on a voice vote. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for doing your homework for my committee members. So it could have been that in the old days, the fees was such that there was really a carryover to multiple years, and now the fees are such that there is no,
It
there's
could
not
be.
any
I mean,
carryover
we're
anymore?
talking about the state here, so.
Right. All right.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You too. Okay, so Doug is in the room. Doug Bartlett from the New Hampshire Insurance Department. And Heather, too. Yes.
Michelle Heaton
Michelle,
from the
that's good.
Insurance
Heather, right.
Department. I'm the Health Law and Policy Legal Counsel, and I have Doug Bartlett here as well, and he should be able to answer your questions probably a little bit better than I could.
Right. But we love the way he answers questions.
Well, this section of the law was enacted to be able to contract for analysis assistance if it was needed. The consultants will be paid for by the insurance companies that they assisted with the department's analysis. And those insurance companies would be able to offset payments to these consultants with a credit to the administrative assessment. This assessment is an assessment to pay for the cost of the insurance department based on the amount of premiums that an insurance company wrote in New Hampshire. And the total amount of the assessment is not lowered by this. This is added to the assessment and then taken back in. So we're not getting less money because we give these credits. In the first year, we did had 47 companies, and that's the little misnomer that Liberty Mutual had 19, the Hanover had 7. This year, we only used 14 companies, well, for last year. This year, we are not using consultants. We've been able to hire 3 people since 2 years ago, and so we're all doing that all ourselves now. So I guess I just answer questions if anybody has any questions relating to how it works. And let me just add one thing, that a lot of these companies don't write much here in New Hampshire. And so if it costs like maybe $4,000 to do their analysis and they write very little here, it could take like 30 years to actually collect that. So that's why we just said, we're doing it for this year. This is the year that you can take the credit.
Okay. Any other? I mean, I guess hiring of consultants, because you're assuming that you don't have the expertise in house for this particular company's product, or?
Okay, this is an analysis. We analyze all of our domestic companies every
Right.
year.
And you bill them ahead of time, right? You bill them for this analysis work?
No.
So this is part of when they make their contribution assessment?
If we don't hire consultants, no, we don't bill them. That's part of the built-in assessment.
Right, okay.
Okay, but if we need to hire experts, and that it was brought on with basically, we had Mary retired, and we had two of our analysts die. I mean, we just weren't ready, and it was one of these things where we just had to do something because we are we have to fit the schedule of the NEIC, and all 50 states have to do that, and there are certain time limits, especially for your annual analysis. And we didn't hire them to do the analysis; we hired them as the first review. I mean, it was impossible, really. We couldn't have done it all by June 1st without the help of consultants.
Okay. Great. Everybody all set? Thank you very much. Okay, have no cards. Nobody else wants to weigh in. And the blue sheet is 2 insurance department members, and this blue sheet's is senators. Senator Carson, Senator Reagan, and Senator Hennessy are all in support of the bill. And seeing none, we will close the public hearing. And the committee is in recess until 1 o'clock. We ready to get started here? Okay. We'll open up the public hearing on Senate Bill 208 relative to life insurance. And are you the Joint Sponsor, Senator Kavanaugh? Okay, here's a card. Okay, good. And I know you didn't do this card because this is very nice handwriting. Nick, and nice handwriting, yes. Someone who went to parochial school, I can tell. I know that handwriting. Okay.
He keeps me on time, and I don't want to say looking good, but
That's it.
on time.
Okay, just make sure the mic is close to you because notwithstanding that it's being recorded on YouTube, but we actually have marvels of technology here where our clerk is actually going to take your words and put them right into the system.
Great.
Well, if you're not close, it turns into Greek.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, committee members. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Kevin Kavanaugh. I'm the senator from District 16, representing the towns of Bow, Candia, Dunbarton, Hooksett, and Manchester wards 1, 2, and 12. I'm introducing Senate Bill 208 at the request of the Insurance Department to update and modernize RSA 408, which regulates life insurance. This rewrite project has been ongoing for a couple of years. In 2020, the department requested Senate Bill 664 that was stripped out the outdated and obsolete provisions of RSA 408. That bill passed the Senate on a voice vote, but then was tabled in the House because of when the pandemic hit. The language proposed in Senate Bill 208 not only strips out the old provisions, but also revises the remaining provisions to bring them up to date, resulting in a proposal to repeal and reenact RSA 408. The department provided a legend to committee members that references the proposed changes section by section. Michelle Heaton is here from the Insurance Department to welcome.
All right, thank you. Seeing no questions, you're all set.
All right, thank you.
All right, Michelle Eaton. There she is. Didn't see you hiding behind him.
Hello, and before I get going, did you guys get a copy of the legend table? I have it here so I can pass it around to everyone.
Okay, great. So this is an index to figuring out what's all in here?
Yes, that's correct. So for the record, my name is Michelle Heaton. I'm the Health, Law, and Policy Legal Counsel at the Insurance Department. So the Insurance Department has been working for several years to update New Hampshire's life insurance statute and to bring it into modern times. The current 408, or RSA 408, contains several outdated provisions which were first enacted as far back as 1850. The department originally sought to update for RSA 408 into two phases. First, by removing all the outdated and duplicative provisions, and then the second phase would be to update and expand the remaining provisions as necessary. As Senator Kavanaugh already let you know, that first phase started going and then the pandemic hit, so it got tabled, and then we decided we're just going to do it all as one repeal and reenactment of 408. So since 2020, we have now completed a proposal for updating and modernizing the life insurance statute. So this legend here that's being passed around, because it's a complete repeal and reenactment, helps guide people. The left-hand side is what the current 408 is, and then there's the reasons why it's either repealed or where it got moved to in the new 408, or how it's been amended as well. So as you'll see, a lot of the provisions have been repealed as they're either no longer necessary or they're covered by other statutes. For example, the old 4085 or the current 4085 relating to agents we don't need that in 408 because it's already covered by RSA 402J, which is specific to insurance producers. So there's a lot of duplicative provisions in the current 408 right now. So we want to move those out to make it easier for people to find, because if you're looking at statutes relating to insurance producers, you would not think to look in the the life insurance statute. You would look in the producer section. So there's a lot of things that have been repealed because they're covered in other sections of the Title 37 relating to insurance. We've also, for the stuff that's remaining, we've also updated the language to bring it into modern times. And some of the provisions that are based off of NAIC models, we have also updated that language because the model may have been adopted 20, 30 years ago, and the model has since been amended. We're just adding in that new language to so it better aligns with the current versions of the NAIC models. So rather than walking through every single change that we've made, because it's quite extensive, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, yeah, Representative Paul.
No, he's not here. This is Terry. DePalma's not here. Representative Terry, thank you. Since you are utilizing, this is a complete rewrite, it sounds like, from existing laws going back as far as 1850, right?
Yes.
Is this primarily the NIC model that you're using? And I guess what I'm asking is, would you be able to highlight any particular sections of this bill that are New Hampshire specific, peculiar to New Hampshire?
So there isn't an NAIC model that's just for life insurance.
Okay.
And that would incorporate everything that's in 408. There are multiple models that have been incorporated into different sections of 408. So for example, there's a model about group life insurance. So those provisions are included in our rewrite, but that would only be one NAIC model. So there are certain things, trying to think, like our form filings and review, that's basically how most states operate. I'm not sure that there's necessarily an NAIC model on it. So that might be a little bit specific. Some of those time periods could be specific to New Hampshire. Trying to think of something else. There's various aspects of different models that get incorporated in here, so I'm not sure which one.
Quick follow.
Further question, Main Card.
So there's nothing here with reference to the reference materials that you utilized and incorporated into this rewrite that were either changed because of New Hampshire specific concerns relative to the other states? Yes, sir. Are you getting me?
Kind of, yeah.
I mean, here's another way of putting this. Could this bill, if Pennsylvania were in the same position as New Hampshire with respect to the need to do a rewrite, which you acknowledged, are there any substantial sections of this bill that would be different?
Not knowing Pennsylvania law, I would say no, in that every state, their laws are slightly different. We didn't change anything that was in 408 to make it more New Hampshire specific. There could have been things that were already in 408 that we didn't take out, but we may have tweaked it to better align with a national standard or with the NAIC guidelines.
Okay. There's nothing peculiar to New Hampshire.
No.
Thank you.
And I would venture to say that you, because given how much case law might be driven by the statute, you really don't want to change anything in terms of actual legal process, because you don't want to upset the cart when it comes to the courts having to say we have to change it because it was changed by the statute.
No, as we were going through the rewrite, if there was some kind of case law, and I'm not thinking of anything specific to 408,
Right.
but had there been some kind of case law that interpreted 408 in a particular way, we may have clarified the language in 408 to be consistent with what that legal precedent was.
Right. And I do see the section where NIC model was used. So, okay. Any other questions from the committee members? Seeing none. Thank you very much. Does anybody else would like to testify on Senate Bill 208? Seeing none. We'll close the hearing, and well, I guess before I hit the gavel, right? Nobody signed in the blue sheet online. All the senators are all done. And then, but we do have Joan Pagano is still here, New Hampshire Association of Independent Agents, still here in support, and the department people, and then, of course, the senator signed in again. So, with that, we'll move on. Oh, we got 2 minutes.
No, yesterday, first one. Yeah. Are you going to? Oh, you are? Okay. You did, okay. Yep. Co-authored what? Huh? We co-authored something? Yeah, no, we co-authored with it. I wasn't gathering or anything. I just said, did it myself. That's it. Okay. Kevin, French, in all honesty, but, Tyler.
Open up the public hearing on Senate Bill 285 relative to discount medical plan organizations. And hear from the prime sponsor, Senator Kavanaugh. Good afternoon again, Senator Kavanaugh.
Good afternoon again. Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. And committee members, again, my name is Kevin Kavanaugh, representing Senate District 16, the towns of Bow, Candia, Dunbarton, Hooksett, and Manchester Wards 1, 2, and 12. I'm introducing Senate Bill 285 at the request of the Insurance Department to incorporate additional provisions of the National Association of Insurance Commissioners, Model Law Number 98, on discount medical plan organizations. These updates add additional requested information on the registration application, minimum capital requirements, registration renewal procedures, conditions for suspension, revocation of registration. Michelle Heaton is here from the Insurance Department to go into more detail on this and answer any questions of the committee. And thank you very much for your consideration. And I hope you have a quick afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? So what does it do?
Michelle.
Okay. Never mind. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Michelle Eaton from the Insurance Department, who will explain what this bill does.
Hi again, Michelle Heaton from the New Hampshire Insurance Department. I'm the Health Law and Policy Legal Counsel. And to answer your question, this bill is amending the registration requirements for discount medical plans.
Can you explain what that is?
A discount medical plan?
Yeah.
So these are not insurance. These are discount plans where a person could either subscribe, pay a monthly fee, join some app, something like that. And in doing so, they would have access to potential discounts on health services. So for example, a common one would be a drug discount plan. And you've probably seen commercials for these on TV where, you know, you have this app or you pay this fee of $5 a month. And when you go to the pharmacy, you can show them this card and you may get a better discount than what you would get with your insurance.
But my pharmacist reaches over the counter and just grabs his card and hands it to me.
Yeah, similar to that.
Okay. So that's
So-
who we're talking about, those people.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So, and they're not insurance because there is no risk. You're not guaranteed any discount. And some of these services are available without ever actually collecting any money from patients or
Right.
clients or consumers. They're available to anyone. So what we're trying to do with this bill is just make sure that these organizations have minimum capital requirements, and that if they are no longer solvent, we have the ability to revoke their registration to operate as a discount medical plan.
Okay. Representative Terry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So do I understand that now, to get very specific here with an example, I have a Good RX discount card for pharmacy. Currently, there's no regulation of Good RX, but under this statute, there would now be regulation of Good RX and similar entities?
So we do already regulate discount medical plans. We have, we adopted the model, the NAIC model number 98, relating to discount medical plans. And the chapter RSA 415I is specific to discount medical plans. What we're doing here is we're only changing the registration requirements to put in some minimum standards. So in order now, if this were to pass, in order to get this registration, you would have to, as part of the registration process, we would be asking whether your registration had been suspended, denied, revoked in any other jurisdiction, if you're under investigation in any other jurisdiction. And then we'd also ask them to present evidence showing at least a net worth of at least $150,000. So we're just putting in these additional requirements to make sure that these types of plans are solvent and are not operating in a fraudulent manner.
Representative McAleer.
Thank you very much. A question, a couple of questions, if you don't mind. How many of these organizations do we have in New Hampshire right now? Do you know?
I do not know, but I can get back to you on that.
And second question, so this really has nothing to do with with what they offer. It really has to do with the organization itself. Is that correct? How they're structured and the fact that they're financially sound, as opposed to you have to, if you're going to offer this, you got to be, it's got to look like that, or there's nothing to do with that, as I understand it.
This amendment is only talking about the financial regulations, but overall, the chapter, there are regulations
Okay.
about how you advertise, and there has to be disclaimers. The concern that comes about with these is we don't want these types of plans being marketed as being health insurance or having similar benefits to health insurance, and sometimes they can be marketed in a way that would confuse consumers. So the reason we have this statute is to make sure that to the extent these entities are operating in New Hampshire, they're meeting those requirements, that there's proper disclosures so that there is no confusion with whether this is medical insurance and what it's going to cover, and that there is no guarantee. This is just the potential of a discount.
Thank you.
Okay, yes.
Thank you for your testimony. And my question, in C, the commissioner can get information that would help him make his decision, but number 3, he's judging whether someone is of good character, and I question what does that mean and how would that determination be made?
So the good character is the type of provision we do have in some of our other registration licensing requirements. What that generally includes is that there would be background checks for the board of directors or whoever's running this entity. And that the reason we have those in place is because people who have engaged in fraudulent activities in other states with other entities, we don't want them just establishing this new entity and coming into our state and potentially doing something like that. So it's usually one of the requirements we have, just to make sure that those bad actors are not allowed to do that in New Hampshire.
Follow up.
Further question may inquire.
Shouldn't we spell that out? Because I totally understand what you're saying and I think it's good. But we don't say that it has to be a background check or anything like that. I'm wondering if we should be more specific about that particular thing so that it's not arbitrary or capricious in any way.
We could. This is the language used in the model. And one of the drawbacks to putting in too much limiting language there is that if we were to put in something like you had to have been convicted of fraud, well, this person could be under investigation in many states. A lot of people are looking at them. Maybe they had settlement agreements, but there was no actual conviction of fraud. So would that qualify under here? You know, that's the type of thing that good character encompasses all of those types of situations. And that is what is in the NAIC model. But if the committee feels that needs to be amended, we'd be happy to work with you on better language.
Further question.
Yeah, I think the background check minimally might be something that we would want to put in as a requirement. But again, do you always do a background check? Is that part of the process?
Currently for these, no, because there is no requirement for that. It depends on the type of entity. So for example, TPAs, third-party administrators, in their application, that is part of one of the requirements. To become an insurance company, if you're filing an application for that, you definitely need to have background checks for everyone that's going to be involved in the management. So it is something that's typically done for a lot of our licensed and regulated entities. But currently for the discount medical plans, there's minimal, very, very minimal provisions of who can apply for these. And there's not much done to oversee who's getting these registrations and not. And that's why we're trying to get this language adopted so that we can do a better job of regulating who is allowed to operate as a discount medical plan.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Representative Johnson.
Thank you for taking my question. Kind of piggybacking on what Representative Fargo has said. So nowhere else in the statute, it doesn't define, because that was my question. It doesn't define what a good character is anywhere else in the statute?
No.
Okay.
Representative Terry.
Following on the troublingly vague description, good character, you don't have in law, do you have in administrative procedures or manuals a definition of good character? Is it described elsewhere? I thought I heard you made reference to something or somewhere else.
No, the standard of good character appears in various statutes, but I don't believe we have any administrative rules that further define what good character is. Usually it's in the at the discretion of the commissioner. So if the commissioner finds you're not of good character, that would be a basis for denying an application.
Follow?
Further question.
It seems to me that that an improvement could be made here by providing some specificity, some measurements, some specificity. This is troublingly vague, and it seems to me it would be for the applicant as well as for the party who's going to be making the determination. If I was in a position of having to determine good character that was not defined in any way, I'd be uncomfortable with that. So I think some thought should be given to that to improve that. Thank you.
Representative Bellevue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Actually, it's not a question, it's just follow-up. There is a definition of good character. Good character have traits like integrity, honesty, courage, loyalty, fortitude, and other important virtues that promote good behavior. So there is a definition.
Yeah, that's a Webster's dictionary.
It is, yes,
Yes,
there
what?
you go. Webster's.
I asked about it being in statute.
Right. So,
Right.
okay, we'll take this up in
We'll take it up.
subcommittee. Okay. Any other questions from the committee members? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. So we have, who else? I guess the Joan Pagano is still here. And Michael Eden, obviously Michelle is in support, and Kevin in support. So nothing's changed. Oh, we do have somebody. Is this the right bill? We do have Ellen Aaron Bond from Los Angeles, California, representing the Consumer Health Alliance, and supports the bill. Just reading what it says. Yeah. Okay. No, I'm sure they represent these type entities. I just love to know how this business model works. I mean, how do they give you a discount, but why do pharmacies or why do anybody do the discount? I just don't. I've always been marveled by the good RX. It's good RX. It's just selling the data. That must be what it is. Yeah. So. Okay, 1:30. You ready?
I need a minute. I'm just cleaning up after the last.
Yep. Good afternoon, Senator.
Good afternoon.
Welcome to the House Commerce Committee.
Thank you.
Tell us what you have here. for
Great.
us.
I'm happy to, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. For the record, I'm Cindy Rosenwald, and I represent Senate District 13, which is most of Nashua. And today I have for you Senate Bill 121. This is enabling legislation which will allow New Hampshire to exercise more local control and potentially save individuals significant money on premiums that they might purchase in the individual market for health insurance. Following the passage of the Affordable Care Act in 2010, we enacted a law to prohibit the state from using a state-based health benefit exchange, mandating instead that we use the federal marketplace. And that's worked out okay. But we do have to pay a 3% assessment per enrollee for being involved with healthcare.gov. And that adds up to nearly $8 million a year. But in the 12 years since the law was passed and enacted, private businesses have developed market-based solutions for state health benefit exchanges. And this could be an option for New Hampshire that would give us more data, better data on who is signing up for what, and give us more control so brokers and carriers could better serve the unique needs of Granite Staters. It could also save up to $4 million a year versus paying that 3% assessment fee. And this could accrue to reduce those health insurance premiums. And in addition, the federal government could layer more money on top of that, making the potential savings even greater. So let me just say again, this is enabling legislation. The insurance department would not be able to decide on their own to do this. They would still have to get approval from the Oversight Committee on Healthcare Reform, plus the Joint Fiscal Committee. So they would have to get approval from two different committees. It really removes the prohibition on having a state-based exchange, giving us options for a better product at a lower cost through commercial enterprises. And I think I'll stop there. I'm happy to take questions, but there are other people here who are really more well-versed in this subject matter. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Good. Thank you. Representative Burrows.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. Senator, would this eliminate the federal exchange in New Hampshire? And my second part is, are there any benefits to being part of the federal exchange?
It wouldn't eliminate it. It would give the insurance department the ability to examine not using it. I can't imagine we would ever use two different exchanges, but if we found out we'd have better control, better data at lower cost, it would give us the option to use a non-federal health benefit exchange. I mean, I think the benefit at the time we did it was that it was less expensive than trying to build our own state exchange, as some states did. But a lot of states used the federal health benefit exchange. And as you probably remember, it got a rocky start, but the kinks got worked out of it and really was fine. My daughter uses it to purchase health insurance, and she doesn't have any trouble. But I think people would be happier if their health insurance premiums were lower because we were able to find a model that costs less.
Thank you very much.
Representative McAleer.
Thank you very much. Just a question: Would the state be able to basically take the federal medical bill and trim it down? In other words, make it maybe less expensive by trimming benefits?
I don't believe so, but if I'm wrong, I'm sure I'll be corrected.
Thank you.
Representative Fargo.
Yes, I have two questions. As far as the federal regulations, I believe, I can't remember, but I think we passed a bill here in New Hampshire that says that New Hampshire has to provide the same benefits that are afforded under the ACA. If I'm not mistaken, I believe that is in statute already. Tyler's, yeah, thank you.
I'm not,
So
I'm
would
not
that
sure.
would that hold true for this?
This would not change the benefits. This would just change the process of how you enrolled in a plan.
Thank you. My second question, is there a reason? I mean, usually when we see something like this, there's a study done and the results of this study come back to us as another bill, and the House and Senate then have the opportunity to vote on that. And I guess my concern or my question is why would you do this study and then implement it without bringing it back to a vote on the floor?
Well, so there's not a study committee here. It asks the insurance department to evaluate the options. But then it's come back to two legislatively established committees, one being the Joint Committee on Health Care Reform, which I've been on, and I think I might be on again.
Is that the
this
one we're on together?
term.
Is that the Oversight Committee?
Yes, the Joint Healthcare Oversight Reform Committee that is charged with making decisions, policy decisions, to the extent that the state can on healthcare reform. And the other one is the Joint Fiscal Committee, which looks at changes to state and federal spending in New Hampshire throughout the session, even when we're not all in session. So I think there is still good control both on the policy and the money from both the House and the Senate, but it enables a little bit of nimbleness.
Thank you.
Okay, Representative Terry.
Yes, thank you. Here I am. There you are. Hi.
You're hiding behind this fan.
I believe you referenced that there are states that adopted and implemented their own models.
Yes.
Which states adopted models which have worked out well to the effect that I believe you identified they were able to provide the same services at lower costs to their state's residents?
So thank you for that question.
Welcome.
I think what I was referencing was that after 2010, I'm going to try and move this so I can look at you when I talk. Some states, and I know, for example, New York State and Massachusetts, two big states, built their own state exchanges. But there are states also that have adopted these commercial products. And there is a gentleman here from one of those companies to speak, and he'd be able better to tell you what states he's worked in. But I know Idaho is one.
For the question, Madam Inquirer.
So without identifying specific states, which I don't believe you're able to do at this point, that's okay. You're quite confident that there are states that have adopted models that have produced benefits that are favorable to consumers.
Yes.
From a financial standpoint,
Yeah,
because
but
we've already
yes.
heard that the product has to be the same. It's just that the process is different, such that there's a savings provided by a state mechanism rather than the federal mechanism.
Yes. What I'm not sure is whether all those states have elected to pass the savings on to consumers in the form of lower premiums, but I certainly would hope and expect that that's what New Hampshire would do with $4 million in savings.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you for taking my question. If this bill were to pass, does that mean we would not be sending any of our residents to the federal? We would just let them pick from the state, and that's where the savings would come in? Or will we still have to offer both, so we'd still end up paying the federal fees too?
Thank you for the question. No, we wouldn't do both. This bill would just authorize the insurance department to take a look at whether there's a better, less expensive option. They're not allowed to even consider one of these commercial products right now under state law. So this is just enabling legislation to allow the insurance department to evaluate whether we could be getting a better deal for New Hampshire consumers. We would not do both.
But as I read the last sentence here, the department would then go out to bid and get a proposal and make a recommendation to the governor and council for a vote.
Right, but it was, would already have gone through joint healthcare review, reform oversight, and fiscal, in addition to a contract having to be approved by the executive council. So there's really a lot of guardrails.
Representative Johnson.
So with that being said, wouldn't this make more sense for a study committee so that we could better see if it's something that was actually needed or wanted before we go through all of this?
Well, this, I mean, the House will do what the House wants to do, but I and the other sponsors thought we should have the insurance department do that study because they could do it as the experts.
Okay, no more questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Chair will call on Peter Bragnon, representing Petty Strategies. Oh, Petty, that's right. And
Jason Sparks came up as well.
and Jason Sparks of Get Insured.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, Peter Bragdon, Senior Policy Advisor with Preddy Strategies, here representing Get Insured with Jason Sparks. Current New Hampshire law, RSA 420 N7, prohibits any state agency from even planning to implement a state exchange, let alone implementing one. There are many benefits, however, to a state exchange, and Jason can talk about that. This bill simply authorizes the Department of Insurance to look into it, and if they feel it's warranted, based on the criteria you see in the bill, also authorize the implementation, but only upon approval of the Legislative Fiscal Committee and the HHS Oversight Committee. That's one thing, by the way, I'll point out Senator Rosenwald spoke of the Joint Healthcare Reform Oversight Committee. The original version of the bill had that in there, which was a committee formed when the ACA was implemented to specifically deal with issues related to the Affordable Care Act. The Senate changed that to be the Health and Human Services Oversight Committee. Obviously, the House committee can do what they see fit.
You mean heard me out of it?
Well, we would all prefer, Representative Hunt, that you be a part of this. So we would be open to a change of any sort that allows that. Let's see, a little bit of history. So back in 2011, 2012, I was in the Senate at the time. The legislature grappled with how to implement the new Affordable Care Act that had been passed down in Washington, also known as the ACA. A key question of the ACA is what to do for an exchange. Under the ACA, every state needed to provide an exchange, a portal, a marketplace, a place where individuals can go compare insurance plans and select which ones they want to do. States could create their own exchange, or they could use the federal exchange, which is now known as healthcare.gov. They cannot do both. They had to do one or the other. At the time, we in the legislature were very concerned that the state had neither the resources nor the expertise to create our own custom exchange from scratch. Plus, at the time, healthcare.gov was free. So we selected the federal exchange and put into statute that agencies cannot work to implement a state exchange. Here we are now 10 years later, however, and there's a market that's grown for companies to provide off-the-shelf software as a solution for states. Not some custom-built thing from scratch, but an off-the-shelf program that can be tailored. Get Insured is one of those companies. There are several others. They provide exchange for, 17 states right now have state exchanges. Get Insured, I believe, provides the services for 7 of them. I believe there's 3 more that are currently in the procurement process for switching to a state exchange. So soon there'll be 20 of the 50 states that use a state-based exchange, with many of them having switched from the federal exchange for various reasons, some of which we'll say here. In addition to that, what was once free, healthcare.gov, now has a significant cost. The federal exchange, healthcare.gov, is funded by a 2.75% tax on individual health insurance premiums. That's up from 2.25% 1 year ago. It will likely cost these New Hampshire policyholders $7.8 million this year, and you see that referenced on the sheet I passed around. Experience has shown that states' exchanges that run with Get Insured, at least, operate at 40 or 50% less than what the federal exchange charges. The potential savings to New Hampshire's individual policyholders then would be just under potentially $4 million by moving to a state exchange. All that's well and good. The big question is, what do we do with these savings? These savings could be sent back to those insurance premium policyholders, the individual market holders, or they could be leveraged. The federal government, for innovation grants, will match state efforts at premium reduction 2 to 1, 3 to 1, sometimes even higher than 3 to 1. So if we took that $4 million and used it for overall premium reductions, we have the ability to, with the federal match, have a savings of $12 million, $16 million, maybe more. That's significant because you recall that 2 years ago, we implemented a reinsurance pool to reduce the premiums in the individual market using the 1332 waiver. That helped drive down the individual insurance rate 16%. But that was funded by a $14 million assessment, also known as a tax, on all health insurance policies in the state. Everybody's insurance premiums went up, especially those for small businesses. If we could use the savings from switching to a state exchange, get the federal match, use that to fund the reinsurance program, we have the ability then to eliminate that tax increase that was passed on to small businesses and large businesses across the state. So in conclusion, both red states and blue states want more control over their health insurance decisions. And now that states are not required to create their own custom state exchange from scratch and can rely on off-the-shelf solutions from national vendors, it's time for New Hampshire to seriously consider a switch to state exchange. I'd be happy to answer any questions, or you may want to hear from Mr. Sparks first. That's up to you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Johnson has a question.
On the, as you put it, off-the-shelf software, what's the cost for the state to be enrolled in something like that or purchase this off-the-shelf software?
So probably Mr. Sparks can answer that more directly, but there is some upfront cost. The federal government will, for a state moving to a state exchange, I believe it's still the case, pay up to $2 million for that. And then the contracts have been structured for states that don't want an upfront cost. Any extra startup cost just rolled into the contract and just amortized over the period. So the upfront cost can be as low as $0.
Further question may inquire.
So there's a monthly fee in order to operate this program, these programs.
Correct. So the current fee paid to healthcare.gov, it's about 2.75%. The off-the-shelf packages can do it for 40 to 50% less, but it's still I don't know if it's a monthly assessment or a yearly, but there is something, yeah. Either way, there is something, whether it's going to the feds or staying within New Hampshire and part of it going to private contractors.
Okay, Representative Fargo.
Yes, thank you for that information. I think one of the concerns that I have, and I'm questioning this, is you talk about the possibilities of being able to help the consumer or the policyholder by reducing premiums, but there's nothing in this bill that determines how that savings would be used. And while it sounds terrific, we could reduce their premiums and things like that, I don't see anything in the bill itself that would guarantee that the policyholder would benefit from this change. And we're saying that we would allow them to do this study, make the determination without the people having a voice, and that is that correct?
Thank you for the question. It takes about 18 months to start an exchange. So the earliest we would see this start would be January of 2024, at which point it would be part of the budgetary process of the next legislature anyways, I believe. So I agree with you. It doesn't specifically say what's going to happen with the money. That's a policy decision for the legislature at that time to decide.
Thank you.
Representative McAleer.
Thank you very much. I'm a little bit confused about the status of this exchange or enterprise. Is it a private enterprise? Is it a public enterprise? Or is it sort of a quasi-public-private enterprise, the exchange itself?
I think Mr. Sparks is probably better able to answer that. In his testimony, he has had experience running various exchanges. So I'll defer to him when he testifies. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Thanks so much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members. I appreciate the opportunity to testify today. My name is Jason Sparks, representing Get Insured, and I really appreciate the fact that you're holding this hearing today and discussing this bill and the need for New Hampshire to really take the chance to exert greater control over its healthcare future. Prior to joining, just a little bit about myself, prior to joining Get Insured, I held the Chief Information Officer role at the DC Health Insurance Agency, DC HealthLink, which was the state-based exchange for the District of Columbia. So I was in a senior policy, senior leadership position in one of the state-based exchanges that Mr. Bragdon spoke about. In my 4 years in that capacity, I had the opportunity to work on the marketplace's successful implementation and operations. Prior to my experience with DC HealthLink, I worked at Enroll America, which was a national nonprofit that was focused on education and outreach around health insurance. So based on those experiences, my more than 10 years in the public and private sectors and healthcare policy, I can tell you firsthand of the need for states to really take control and regulate and take charge over their health insurance markets. I believe that states, rather than the federal government, are in the best position to be responsive to and to address the unique needs that you have in your market, unique needs for your citizens, your communities. You're at the forefront of finding creative and innovative approaches to address the crises that we all know exist in healthcare, in health insurance, whether it's costs, inequities, coverage issues. And what we've seen in my experience is that establishing a state-based exchange can be an important step to help New Hampshire begin to chart its own course in healthcare. So, to a prior question, under federal law, each state must have a exchange, a public health insurance exchange. Whether the federal government runs that exchange, as it does for New Hampshire on healthcare.gov, or whether the state establishes a state-based marketplace that operates on a platform that the state develops in-house, as some states have done, or whether they partner with a private vendor. Each state must have under federal law, must have a private, or must have a health insurance exchange. This is not optional. In 2022, over 52,000 Granite Staters enrolled in health insurance through healthcare.gov. That was a fairly significant increase over the prior year, which I believe was about 44,000, 46,000 in that range. So this is not an insignificant number of folks who are enrolling in coverage. Peter mentioned that the 1332 waiver is a great example of where the state can take, when states take local control and responsibility for state health policy, you can really drive innovation. You mentioned that decrease in premiums in year one, that's a function of that reinsurance program. There was a question earlier about what states have been successful in establishing state-based exchanges. And I would point to Pennsylvania as an example. So in Pennsylvania in 2020, they established a state-based exchange. They happen to use our technology, Get Insured's platform. In addition to establishing a state-based exchange, they also established a reinsurance program that year. And this is, and what they were able to do is establish both of those programs for essentially the cost of one program, and they were able to save money, and they were able to drive down the cost of premiums for their consumers. They were able to do all of that, save money, not redirect funds to the federal government because that spigot got turned off. They didn't have to send those federal user fees to the federal government because they were just using their state-based exchange. And that's an example of a successful program. And in the most recent open enrollment period, they saw about 11% enrollment growth. So they're operating a reinsurance program that's being paid for not by an assessment against on all carriers, but it's being paid for, it's being funded by these lower reduced user fees, and they've been able to reduce consumer premiums on the individual marketplace. So all of these programs working together. It's one example. I'd also point to the pandemic as being a real-life example of how state-based exchanges are able to provide states with flexibility, policy flexibility. It's one of the key components of state-based marketplaces. When you're on the federal marketplace, you're tied to whatever the federal government does from a technology standpoint. They make decisions. The 36 states that use it, that use healthcare.gov, are going that direction, right? You don't get a choice. If you're operating on a state-based marketplace on your own platform, you get to make your own policy decisions. We saw that during the pandemic, during COVID, states running their own platforms. Again, whether it's a state that developed their own technology, a state that used our, Get Insured operated platform, or a state that used another vendor's platform, they were able to make those local policy decisions that made sense for their community and for their consumers. An example of that is special enrollment period. So wanting to ensure that consumers who were impacted by the pandemic could come in and enroll irrespective of the time of the year. They were able to make those system changes and do that. So very quickly, I would just point to three overarching reasons why we believe that New Hampshire should establish a state-based marketplace. One, we've talked about it, gives you the ability to establish local control, more control over the direction of the health insurance market. It helps you protect against restrictive and potentially harmful federal regulations. Number two, again, we've spoken a bit about this. We're now in a place where there's better technology, and we've been able to drive down costs. It's much easier to transition to a state-based marketplace than it was 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 years ago. Get Insured is currently transitioning Georgia, state of Georgia, off of the federal marketplace onto the Get Insured platform. We started that project in January of this year. They're going to go live on November 1st of this year. It's a very short timeline. Going to be successful. So better technology, lower costs. And then third, as was previously mentioned, a well-designed state-based marketplace can really serve as a foundation for future creative and market-based reforms. So as you're thinking about, where you want to go directionally, from a regulatory standpoint, from a policy standpoint, having that technology framework in place gives you the flexibility that you don't have today running on the federal platform. Let me stop there and see what additional questions the committee has.
Representative Terry.
Thank you, sir, and thank you for remembering my question and providing that information. That
initial question. This sounds like a train that's moving in just one direction. And to be more specific and to be clear, it appears as though there are an increasing number of states that are moving from the federal model to the state-based models. Is in fact that the case? Can it go the other way? And the reason I ask that question is because I came from a state that adopted a state-based model initially, and it had, to be kind, a lot of problems. And there was talk about giving it up and going back to the federal model. So, so that I don't have to keep asking if I can ask follow-up questions. Is it in fact true that there are an increasing number of states that are moving from federal to state? Have any states that you're aware of gone back to the federal model? And I guess finally, with respect to the state-based models, what was the base beginning in what year was it? 2010? When this went into, then the law went into effect? And how many have come on board since then? So it's really a three-part question, and I did that so that I didn't have to keep asking if I could ask follow-up questions. So thank you for making a note of that. I'd appreciate it.
Absolutely. They're great questions. If I could take them a little bit out of order. So in 2019, one state transitioned from the federal platform to a state-based exchange. In 2020, 2 states did. In 2021, 3 states did. And in 2022, 1 state is. So it's
total.
It's a trend.
Yep.
But it's certainly a trend, and you know, we've gone from, so that's 7, you know, an increase of do some quick math here, about 40 to 45% increase from the baseline from between 2018 and 2022. In terms of how many states there were initially in 2020, or in 2010, I should say, that we'd have to, I think, come back to you on, unless you want me to sit here and try to think through real quickly, which I don't think you want me to do. I'd rather not guess at it, and would rather get back to you on that.
And how many gave up?
And how many gave up? So a couple transitioned off. Nevada transitioned back to, Nevada became a state-based marketplace, I believe in 2010, or in early days. Had an unsuccessful launch as a state-based marketplace, went back to the federal marketplace, transitioned back to a state-based exchange on our platform, on the Get Insured platform, in 2019, and has been successful. Kentucky was a successful launch in 2010. They moved from the state-based exchange back to the federal platform in the mid-2010s, and in 2021 went back to being a state-based exchange. So there've been a couple of those that have gone back and forth. I'd have to think real hard and again, probably do research and get you follow-up information on any that were state-based exchanges and are still operating on the federal marketplace.
Mr. Chairman, one quick follow then. Thank you.
Further question?
Thank you. It seems as though with the passage of time and the continuing work in developing, refining state-based exchanges, that the trend is towards states looking more favorably on adopting their own models, perhaps for some of the reasons that have already been cited in the initial testimony. Would that be a generally true statement?
It would.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And if I could jump in, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Fargo.
Yes, Thank you. Again, I have two questions. Would you say that the growth in this industry has been a byproduct in the last couple of years of the great resignation and the COVID issues because people have become unemployed and have had to search out insurance solutions because they aren't being provided by an employer?
It's an interesting question. So given the relatively long runway that was earlier alluded to, that we typically see. So generally, it takes a fairly long time from the time that a state makes a decision that it wants to establish a state-based marketplace, from that point to the time they issue an RFP, to the time that a contract's awarded, to the time that it actually goes live. That's typically 2 to 2.5 to 3 years. Virginia is an example here. Virginia passed legislation in 2019, 2020 to become a state-based exchange. They just last Friday issued a request for proposal, 1st of April. So that's like a 2.5 year period to get an RFP out on a request for proposal out on the street for a exchange that will go live on November 1st of 2023. So it may be that there's some of that at play, Representative, but I think it's more a function of states seeing the benefit and talking to one another about the fact that these products are now not costing, in the early days, Representative, to build from scratch, because these products were not available off the shelf. These products cost $120, $150 million to build. That wasn't even talking about maintenance costs, and the cost to implement these now is a small fraction of that. And so I think it's more about these just being much easier to implement, and the benefits to states being much more straightforward when looking at when you establish a state-based exchange, you get the benefits of things like better integration with your state Medicaid agency. So right now, when you're operating on healthcare.gov, if your state Medicaid agency needs to make a change, a technical change, they've got to reach out to somebody in Baltimore, and maybe they'll get a call back, maybe they won't. Just that communication, it's not like going down the hall or going across the street and having a conversation, or having a vendor who's on the hook contractually. So being able to establish that kind of, much closer integration between agencies internally is one example. Being able to have control over that data, again, rather than the data living in Baltimore not being accessible to the states, having it be accessible, at a moment's notice. I think it's more about that, Representative, than about the impacts of the pandemic and COVID.
My second question, you talk a lot about the disadvantages of the federal program, but I think one of the things that I see is the benefit of the federal program provides protections that the state could take away from the consumer by not adhering to the conditions of for instance, the Affordable Care Act. And the state, when they're in control, does not have to provide the same benefits. They can change the benefit packages at will once the control is in the state. And I don't know if that's an advantage. And I'm thinking of a consumer protection perspective in that federal regulations look down on, but I think that they provide a safety net for people to make sure that they have good coverage and that they have the benefits, the maternity benefits, the pre-existing conditions, and all those things that we value here. So, how do you address that? I mean, once we give up that control and it gets to a state level, are there any guardrails protecting the consumers in the state at that point?
So establishing a state-based exchange, when you establish a state-based exchange, part of the process that the state goes through is a comprehensive engagement and review with CMS and its subunits, like
CMS?
CSIO. I'm sorry, the Center for Medicaid and Medicare Services, which is a subunit of the Federal Department of Health and Human Services. So CMS are the unit inside of Health and Human Services that oversee the Affordable Care Act, and there is significant regulatory oversight in the establishment of the state-based exchange in terms of security oversight, establishing the connection between the state-based exchange and the data services to which the state exchange connects in order to transact data, because we still need to verify data, information with federal data sources, for example.
No.
And there are other there are other validations and other guardrails that are in place to validate that things like essential health benefits are being offered. Absent the state seeking a waiver from the provision of essential health benefits, the state would, still through the Department of Insurance, the carriers would still need to be providing all of the essential health benefits that are detailed in the Affordable Care Act.
Okay. Representative Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony today. You are an employee of Get Insured, is that correct?
I am.
Could you describe your competition and how they compare to your services and, their strengths and weaknesses, maybe? Thank you.
Sure. So it's a relatively small, there are a relatively small number of suppliers that operate in the health insurance marketplace space. Probably 3 or 4 key suppliers that offer health insurance exchange technology solutions. And Get Insured currently operates the technology in 8 now with Georgia of the, I believe it's 18 states that are operating state-based exchanges. And the other states are scattered across. They're a mix. Some states, as I mentioned, have decided to insource, where they've got state staff that are operating their systems. Maryland's an example of that. Colorado, I believe, is another example of that. And then there are other states that have larger technology vendors that are supporting their services.
Further question?
Thank you. What are the names of the companies that are in the same space as you are? And second half of the question, does the bill allow for a homegrown exchange if the insurance department so desires? So those two questions, names of competition and homegrown possibility.
Sure. So I can speak to the former. So the names of the competition would be Deloitte, Idea Crew, and Optum would be the three that are currently operating or supporting health insurance exchanges along with us. Not along with us, but in the same space with us.
And then with respect to homegrown, so this would require basically a procurement process should the department decide to proceed with it. And so any company would be able to bid on that, and there'd obviously be requirements to be met in terms of the documents. But yeah, it would be an open competitive bid for something to present to the Executive Council. If I can follow up on one other thing too, was asked about states that have switched from state-based plan back to the national plan, the federal plan. The ones I'm aware of, the three that I'm aware of, two were mentioned, Nevada and Kentucky, and I think the third was Oregon. The three of them all, if my recollection is correct, all built their own custom programs in-house. And two of them struggled very early on. I'm not even sure if it ever got off the ground. And then one did, but they were in such trouble they moved to the state exchange. I think two of the three are in the procurement process to move back to a state exchange. And the third, I think, is about to start the procurement process. So the three that have gone from state to federal are now planning to go back to state. Yeah.
Okay, next is McAleer, Herbert, and then.
Thank you very much. I think you sort of talked around it, but I'd really like a direct answer as to how this enterprise is set up. Is it a private for-profit enterprise? Is it a public, or is it a quasi-public private enterprise? Nobody answered that directly to my knowledge.
Yes, sir. Thanks for the question. So it is generally it's either established as the health insurance exchange is generally established either as a quasi-independent government agency or a division within a Department of Insurance. That's how we typically see it, but it's a government-run entity that then contracts with a private vendor. But that's just a contractual relationship. And so, where we operate, we have a strict, we have a contract to provide implementation services and then maintenance and operation services. There was a question earlier about sort of what that looks like from a fee standpoint, and it's essentially a licensing fee is what the structure is, and that operates on we on the implementation side we factor in kind of amortize the implementation cost, and then on the maintenance side on an ongoing basis, that's just paid on a monthly basis. But the entity, the exchange itself, is a government entity. Thank you.
Representative Herbert.
Being here. My question is, microphone. From my reading, not just in this particular area, but what I'm listening to is the financialization of what used to be a public enterprise. So in other words, where a public-private partnership or a nonprofit convinces or convinces a state to allow them to run a program that was otherwise a public enterprise. So that's called the financialization. Now, I've read a lot about the history, plus or minus, on the financialization of public enterprises. The record is not all that stellar. My question is, one, what happens if the federal government allows Medicare to negotiate pricing? Does that benefit trickle down somehow to state-run
platform? I mean, how would that work? Because at some point, we have a very expensive national program because there isn't any competition in certain areas, particularly prescription drugs. So I'm a little skeptical that a smaller organization will be able to negotiate better pricing than would a federal negotiator. And the federal negotiator hasn't even been called in to sit at the table yet. So I'm trying to figure out what the relationship, would you still be competitive? Would you be able to benefit from that negotiation if it did happen in the future?
So
If we had an exchange and it was your business to run it as efficiently as you can, and then the federal, and Medicare becomes universal health care, or at least they get to negotiate pricing. Is that pricing going to get trickled down to the state exchanges?
So Representative Herbert, if I could sort of back up half a step on the question. What we do fundamentally is we replace the technology that the federal government currently provides. We're not involved, we're not involved in the operation of the health insurance plans. We're not involved in the collecting of the premiums. We're not involved in the negotiating of the prices. We are replacing the guts of the technology and the foundation of the technology and the plumbing of the technology that the federal government, that the people of New Hampshire are paying 2.75% right now to use. We're replacing that with our technology solution, and that's our business model. And so we don't receive any financial benefit at all from anything that happens with respect to what happens over with the Department of Insurance, if they negotiate, if they change the plan design or benefit design or prescription benefit design or formularies or any of that. We are an agnostic system provider, technology provider, that's making the technology available to the consumers of the program. And so there's no financial benefit that would accrue to us of any change in program design.
But let's make this easy.
Okay.
This is just the front end. This is just you signing up. Remember when Obamacare first went in and the federal government software crashed on the first day? That's what we're trying to avoid. That's why we made the decision not to, at that time, we were afraid. But in the end of the day, we did do the federal. All this is talking about is the person signing up. This is not about reimbursement rates or whatever to the providers. This is simply the collecting the money. So think about it. How much does it cost to have you go online to Amazon and place an order? That's all they care about. These guys are just taking the order, and hopefully they get you a card in your hand, and then you can take that to a provider. And at that point, they've earned their 2.75%. That's all the federal government is doing for us.
I have one further question.
Uh-oh.
And it's a policy question, and that
Okay.
is that even though the business this man represents is a technocratic pitch in terms of
Software company.
in terms of, I'm still concerned about the fact that there is nobody there to worry about policy, and the fact of the matter is, some of the policies I'm seeing in this state right now
I'm very, very concerned about. So they're just going to do what they're told to do.
Their answer is going to be very simple. Their job is to make sure we don't have any problems, that nobody, no constituent complains that they had a problem getting signed up. That's their mission.
And
Simple as that.
And Mr. Chairman, if I could add, we actually do have a policy team in-house. Through our years of experience establishing exchanges and helping states to stand up state-based exchanges, we've learned a lot. We've learned a lot that works. We've learned a lot that doesn't work, frankly. And we've learned that we've been able to offer advice and be consultative during the implementation process. And so we have some policy folks on staff that are able to assist in that process. We naturally defer to, the state's policy experts, but we're able to assist in that area as well.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, well said. Thank you very much. Tyler Brennan from the Insurance Department that is neutral on this bill.
Thank you. Tyler Brennan, Life and Health Director with the New Hampshire Insurance Department. And yes, we don't have a position on the bill. We do have a couple of concerns, but just to give you a little bit of background, New Hampshire is considered a partnership state. So we work with the federal government, the exchange mechanism through healthcare.gov. And what we do is we get the products sent to us by the insurance carriers. We make sure they comply with state and in turn federal laws. And then we recommend those products for approval by the federal government and to be included on that federal exchange where people can buy it. Listening to some of the questions, I think it's appropriate that there is a level of confusion about what we're talking about, the sort of the technical interface. What's the policy decision? What's the insurance regulation? It's a little of both, or potentially could be. And I think that there were a number of quotes out there about the costs and the potential savings, and I think we agree with all of them. We're spending close to $8 million now. Potentially you could save some money if you went with a kind of a state-based system. We actually got a request from Senator Bradley last year to look into this and do some research about sort of the opportunities and the risks associated with a state-based exchange in New Hampshire. Nothing like a robust, in-depth analysis of whether or not New Hampshire should do in a state-based exchange, but really one that just tees up the issues, does some research about different states. That's what I'm handing around. There's a letter from the commissioner, and there's the front page in the executive summary from the report. This morning, I emailed you a link to the full report that's on there. But the actual estimate provided by our contractor suggested that the cost to the state would be between $4.5 and $8.9 million. And part of that is what kind of decisions you have at the state level. There are obviously a number of advantages when you got state flexibility. The elephant in the room is, geez, we really hope this works. It's not only tied to commercial carriers. The link to Medicaid and DHHS is a big part of the process. So they're a huge stakeholder in all of this. Obviously, in order to get the premium subsidies that most people do when they go through the exchange, even in a wealthier state like New Hampshire, you have to buy the products from the exchange. You can't get the subsidies if you buy the products separately off the exchange. So that's kind of a big thing. It's a really important role. And indeed, there were a lot of technical challenges initially with the federal exchange, many of them very public. Most of the systems today do work pretty well. Looking back on the fees associated, they've mostly gone down. They were 3.5% as recently as 2019. They are at 2.75 now. There was the reference to 2.75 being higher. The initial proposal last year did suggest it was going to be lower, and then they adjusted it, and we're at 2.75 now. That analysis, I think that you could take a look at, does tee up some questions that are big policy decisions. And that brings me really to kind of the insurance department's main concern with the bill, is that you're asking the insurance department to really play a much more significant role in a policy decision than we normally would. Even the sort of the investment in something like a state-based exchange on the low end of the scale would increase our budget probably by 50%. Senator Ray White, who really championed the effort in New Hampshire when it was initially being debated, had 4-hour meetings of hearing from different stakeholders about what the state-based exchange would be, what it would look like, and really what kind of investment we'd have at a local level. There, one of the pieces of information that wasn't mentioned that I think is an advantage when you do a state flexibility. During the years, I think 2016 to 2018, the federal government actually scaled back, so the investment in navigators and outreach to people, get people on the exchanges. The state-based exchanges didn't see a drop in enrollment because they were doing that themselves, but at the federal level, we did see a bit of a drop. So that might be kind of another consideration between state and federal. But some of the questions that did relate to kind of policy design, insurance benefit designs, those are things that we would maintain at the state level. The insurance department would, at least presumably, continue to play a very key role in that, coordinating with a new sort of state-based exchange entity. And indeed, in some states, they're quite large business enterprises. They do a lot of different work. They've got a lot of different staff, not only technical pieces, but a lot of policy work. So it's, I think that the door is fairly open on this in terms of what the state wants to do. And we're happy to support that process, but we prefer certainly not to be the decision maker about whether or not it's a good idea for New Hampshire. Happy to take any questions you might have.
Great. Thank you, Tyler. That was perfect.
Thank you.
I have one card left. Russian Chester, who's opposed to the bill.
Thank you, committee chair. Thank you, committee members. For the record, my name is Russanne Chester. I am a resident of Bedford, New Hampshire. I am opposed to this bill. We here in New Hampshire are very fortunate to have the kind of government that allows us to be a lot more involved through our representative process in making decisions. This kind of bill takes that away from us, and I am extremely concerned about that. This is something that was done back in the early or mid 80s or 90s with our DHHS, Child Protective System. We brought a bridges system, a state system, and we've had problems with it since. It saved us money, but the money that we have spent in violations and fines and lawsuits and the people and the staff to maintain and change it to meet the ever-changing needs of policy, because unfortunately we are still collecting money. We are getting our tax money back from the federal government. So bottom line is we are beholden. Want to talk a little bit about trust. I trust you guys. I know you guys. I voted for you guys. I don't know anything about the insurance guys that are going to be making the decisions about my health care, or about whether or not I can get on a system, or about whether or not I am being protected from maybe a nefarious sort that's wanting to line their pocket. Want to talk a little bit about lead time. We're talking Virginia. It's going to take 4 years. How much happens in 4 years of government? We don't have time for 4 years, and then by the time that we decide we're going to do the state thing, it's completely obsolete. And the insurance guys and our representatives, whoever's in power at that time, has to start over. Let's talk about the company that spoke. They have been, from what I understand, they've been in business since 2010. They currently, according to their website, have 7 states enrolled. That's not great. I don't know. It doesn't sound great to me. If we go with something like this, then we have no alternative but to approve the membership option that is also before our legislative body here today, or not today, but in this session. The last piece I want to talk about is I used to work for a private nonprofit in insurance company in Massachusetts prior to the ACA. I will tell you that CMS is a broken system. Everybody knows it. So the fact that we're just going to add another layer concerns me tremendously. Additionally, I brought forward some significant concerns. I was receiving gift cards. I worked within the psychiatric units. I was receiving gift cards if I could get my patients on more meds, because more meds meant more money for my private nonprofit agency. I walked away because of that. Unfortunately, that's not the reality for a lot of people today. Good people don't stay in these kind of jobs anymore because it's not worth it. It's not worth selling your soul. And unfortunately, I don't love the federal government option, but the state option, I think we're going from the fire to the fryer. And I'm more than willing to take any questions that you have regards anything I've spoken about.
Representative Burrows.
Yeah, just a quick question. I'm trying to understand. We're talking of this system, we're talking about a technology framework, so I'm not really clear how that takes away control from the citizens. It's not a policy. It's not a new policy. It's a technical software implementation. a new
So
system.
that's what Bridges was. It was a technology program that we put in place. So we had an antiquated system for taking care of our child protection units. So we brought the Bridges system. It was a state system. We bought it instead of leasing it or working with them. So we bought it and we said we were going to use our folks to do it. It costs the state of New Hampshire, on average, $6 million more a year than if we had built it ourselves from the ground up and if we had maintained it. I was just in another committee before this, and we just bought a system less than a year ago. It is just starting to get up and running. Now they're saying, well, if you want to change the policy, it'll be 45 million because we can't use that one. That one is obsolete now. So the bottom line is we're saving $4 million a year to potentially pay 45 million next year because now the technology that we bought in 2022 is no longer capable of being used. And that's what happened during the Bridges system. And that's actually what happens with all the different technology systems that try to interface with CMS. Every single year we have a huge problem when our systems, whether it be federal or state, on the billing side of things, try to interface with CMS.
Thank you.
So let's just agree that the state of New Hampshire does not have the best of luck when it buys a new software program for any of its departments.
Would you believe I agree with you 100%?
Okay, with that, I've got no more cards left. From the, I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
No problem.
Would you say, or would you agree that it isn't just a software? I've spent my career in software development and implementation. It's not. Is it true that it's not just about the technical parts of the software and how it gets installed, but it's the policies behind that drive some of the problems?
I would agree that it's multiple layers. It's policy, it's people. So we are choosing, if we were to do something like this, the state of New Hampshire is putting our trust in a third-party technological type of thing, similar to what we do with our election process. And there are not necessarily checks and balances, because you heard the insurance department say we're looking at a 50% increase in budget and something like that. And the reality is we can't get people to fill our state positions now.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, so online overnight, we had 20 people in support and 1 opposed. And I would say I looked through the list and there are 4 people from Ringe, my constituency. in which I do know all of them. But then on signing in was Joan Pagenaud, still here, and this time she is opposed to the legislation. She represents the New Hampshire Association of Insurance Agents, who knows what it's like to have unhappy customers. Okay, with that, we will close the public hearing. Say we're running behind here.
I've already canceled my 3 o'clock meeting.
Oh, good. So sorry about that.
That's all right.
We just got a little pause here for our clerk to get reloaded. And it does say May. Okay. All right, we'll open up the public hearing on Senate Bill 319 and welcome again, Rosenwald.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Cindy Rosenwald from Senate District 13, and that is Nashua. And I am pleased to introduce Senate Bill 319. This is also enabling legislation that would allow health insurance to voluntarily offer a wellness incentive to people who choose to supply documentation they are fully vaccinated against COVID-19 at the time they are enrolling for that plan. This bill applies to the state regulated full risk insurance market, and it is designed to sunset at the end of next year, when we hope it will no longer be necessary. As required by federal law, an insurer choosing to offer this benefit would also have to make it available to anyone who's not medically able to receive the COVID vaccination. And I'm sure, just for context, you're all aware there are a number of health plans that offer a similar kind of incentive for people to get their annual flu shots. The reason for this bill is to reduce cost in the healthcare system, which that higher cost will inevitably lead to higher health insurance premiums. Earlier this year, Kaiser Health Foundation reported that the per capita health cost of people who were not vaccinated against COVID was $20,000, whether they got sick or not. This is driven by the high expense of COVID related hospitalizations for people who did get it, which, as reported by the New York Times, averages at least $50,000 per hospitalization. And the cost of COVID hospitalizations in New Hampshire has also been very high. At Dartmouth-Hitchcock, for example, the cost for a COVID-related intensive care unit stay on a ventilator for at least 4 days is almost $130,000, and about 3/4 of their ICU ventilator stays are at least 4 days long. So we're talking about a significant cost that is going to be recouped through private health insurance. So recently, there were reports that full vaccination with booster shots were 90% effective at reducing hospitalizations. So the fewer hospitalizations, the less expense we will incur, and therefore reduce pressure on premiums. I think this bill will enable insurers and individuals to make informed choices that could save us all money on our health insurance premiums. I deliver it to the Commerce Committee and hope you will agree with me. Thank you.
Okay. So my first question was, is there anything barring an insurance company to do it now? Why do we need this legislation?
Great question. The insurance department believes that the federal guidance is unclear as to whether or not insurers could do it now. So therefore, we would need this enabling statute to allow any to do it if they thought that it was going to be a good market solution.
But then, so your statement when you first started out saying was, however, if somebody is medically inappropriate to get a vaccine, they can still get a check.
They would have to. If the carrier offered this incentive,
right,
they would have to also offer it to anyone who is medically unable.
Right. That's a little awkward. Huh? Okay. So my other question is there anything stopping since this is only affecting small employer health insurance, is there anything that's stopping small employers now to give an incentive to their employee to get vaccinated? Rather than having to go through insurance, can any employer say to their employees, I'll give everybody a
Well, I don't know
Christmas
that
turkey.
it's only small employers. It's the
Yeah, well, it
full
says-
risk market. So that's the small group market.
small group market.
And I think also the large group market,
No,
if it's
large group, well, let's say anyone who's not a RISA.
pardon,
and
right?
not-
Anyone who's not in RISA and
RISAs
is
and
not
state,
the health
yeah,
benefit exchange
right.
and not Medicaid or Medicare or so it is a limited part of the insurance market.
Okay. And so my last question is, since 70% of us are already vaccinated, isn't this kind of Johnny too late?
We don't really have good information on what our vaccination rates are because since the pharmacies opened up, they're reporting federally, but we don't really have a good sense of who's had one shot or two shots or three, or now some people might have had already a fourth.
Right.
We don't have really accurate information, but it is a time limited.
Right. And
Time
if you're on
limited.
Medicare, you can't do it, or Medicaid, you can't do it. And I guess, and the word fully is always kind of funny because, how many boosters is fully?
So that's why the language says currently fully vaccinated for COVID-19
So what's-
at the
what's-
time of
what's
enrollment.
current right now is, if
Current right now,
if you're over 50, you can, is
you
2
c-
boosters.
yes, you can get a fourth shot, but it is not yet judged
Yeah,
fully.
yeah. So I would say the implementation of this could be very problematic. I mean, I understand where you're trying to get from, but it's going to be, who's fully, who's not fully, and having a job. And I know for myself when I traveled to the Caribbean, and they wanted documentation of my COVID, of my vaccines, and we didn't really get it with those little cards, that how important those little cards were when they were given to us, and frankly, I only used it for my date of my appointment, which I didn't go to because I went to it like 4 or 5 days before it. I was able to get in before it, so I then had to go into VAMS, had to go back to old VAMS and print that out. And then when it came to my booster, now I get it about how important those little cards are, and kept my card. So it's awkward in terms of documenting that full vaccination. So I'm sure that this is kind of a bureaucrat offer to the insurance company, that the insurance companies are going to say, we don't really want to have to make this decision, which card is legitimate, which one's not, how do we know your information's correct, why would an insurance company know how many boosters is right for you?
So, I mean, I think you're still considered fully vaccinated if you've had two.
Yeah,
I mean, two, a first
Two-
shot
oh.
and a second shot.
Oh, you were saying the boosters are not considered
I don't
fully-
think that they are required to call someone fully vaccinated.
Yes, I do, but okay.
I don't think.
So Representative Farr goes first.
Yes, thank you for your testimony. And am I correct in seeing this just as enabling legislation so that insurance companies can encourage people to get a vaccine if they haven't by offering an incentive?
Pardon, could you say that again? There was some noise.
All right, let me see if I can say that.
The answer is yes. You do.
I mean, this is just enabling legislation that an insurance company can use this to incentivize people who haven't been vaccinated to get a vaccine to help reduce hospital stays that have been caused by COVID, correct? This
Correct.
is just enabling and the insurance company to incentivize people who haven't been vaccinated yet.
That's correct.
And it's strictly voluntary. It's
Yes.
There's no mandate here. This is just allowing them to encourage people to reduce costs.
They cannot do this now because the insurance department believes federal guidance is unclear.
Okay, thank you.
Unless Tyler Brannon has changed his mind.
Well, we can beat him up a little bit.
last
We can beat
time.
him up later.
Thank you.
Okay, Representative Terry.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony and answering questions. So what are I'm wondering, what are the range of wellness financial incentives that you envision in this legislation? That I'll start with that if I may follow up. Thank you.
I would imagine that any carrier would look at the cost to do this and their cost for possibly preventable hospitalizations and look at what they thought would be necessary. There was a study conducted, I think, by the University of Texas that looked at this. I mean, they asked people, would a $50 gift card or $100 gift card make you more likely to get this vaccination? And there was a substantial increase with even that amount. Now, for the state employees of New Hampshire, which this wouldn't affect, the state plan will pay state employees $200 to get an annual flu shot. So the cost of hospitalization for this is very high, but there's also costs in lost productivity. And I mean, so that's the one I know of to compare to.
Further question, may inquire.
Thank you. So who's providing the financial incentive, the employer or the insurance company?
This legislation is about the insurance company.
So the insurance company could provide a policy provision such that if the employee of an insured company was currently fully vaccinated,
At
that
the
he or
time of
she might
enrollment.
pay less than an insurance premium, might receive a discount of $50 on their insurance premium or a gift card or something?
They could not do it as a discount on the premium.
Mhm.
It can only be done as a financial incentive. So the state of New Hampshire does an actual cash payment for people to get flu shots. It could be gift cards, but it cannot be a reduction of insurance premiums, 'cause that would
So the insurance
violate-
company would give through the employer a cash gift of $50 for getting a COVID-19 vaccine?
might be that, might be higher.
Are there any other vaccinations?
Further
Oh,
question?
sorry. Are there any other vaccinations or immunizations of which you are aware where there's a model such as this
Yes, the flu vaccine.
in the private sector?
That I don't know about, but I'm not I wouldn't be surprised if there were, since there is one for our state employees.
Thank you.
For the state employees.
State employee.
We have for state, so that, oh, let's go, which is an ERISA plan. It's
Right.
exempt from this.
Right.
So, yeah, so I guess when I saw that wellness financial incentive, I was thinking that, you know, that there's some, if you do health clubs, there's some insurance.
There are some
And,
that do.
but I have
that.
no idea what is the benefit they give to those people. Can they reimburse them back for their health care cost? I mean, has anybody ever gotten one of those? Anybody ever filed for one of those?
So I've had health insurance where I could qualify for partial payment of my gym membership. But
Okay.
as I say, federal law would prevent the carrier from reducing premiums.
Right.
Because you can't rate
So
based on
did they
health
pay
status.
you? Did you have to go pay your health at the gym, and then you submitted the bill to you, and then they sent you a check to pay for part of it?
Yep.
Okay, so there
And
is
you have
some
to-
cash.
yeah.
There is some cash.
There's some value in that.
Great.
We also, I think, under our current Medicaid law, allow managed care companies, and again, this isn't the full risk market, but it's another example, to offer incentives to the people they're covering on Medicaid.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Tyler Brennan, who's neutral.
So yeah, Tyler Brennan, Life and Health Director with the New Hampshire Insurance Department. We don't have a position in the bill, and I think by way of background, I think most people realize there are certain market rules that apply to what is the group market, fully insured group market that we're talking about. And this bill is appropriately structured just to make changes for the group market. So those market rules say you can adjust premiums for certain reasons. Biggest thing is that the way the premiums are structured cannot be discriminatory. Wellness programs, which are not available if you're in the individual market, can make an adjustment or do a benefit such as a financial incentive. It could be a reward. It could be a surcharge. The thing is, those structure of those wellness programs can't be discriminatory, and there are certain rules that go along with it. For a long time, we weren't sure whether or not the federal government would say a COVID vaccine was a health factor or whether or not it was a wellness program. In October, they provided some FAQs, some guidance that said, well, you know, if it's a reward and it's a COVID vaccine, we're okay with that. There's nothing that addresses it in state law. So to the extent that you were to pass legislation like this, it clarifies it for all the parties that, consistent with the federal guidance, there's nothing in state law that would consideration of a COVID vaccine to be a health factor or otherwise discriminatory, as long as it meets the rules that are spelled out. And those are: the program must be available to all similarly situated individuals, regardless of their health status. Individuals must be allowed to qualify for the reward at least once a year. The reward cannot exceed 30% of the total cost of the employee-only coverage. The program must be reasonably designed to promote health or prevent disease. It must be disclosed in all plan materials, the terms of the program, and the availability of the reasonable alternative if the individual cannot satisfy the standard due to a medical condition. So it is enabling in the way it says may. It clarifies that COVID vaccines are not a health consideration of a health factor, which is a very sensitive area. And it is consistent with the federal guidance that we have. It took a while for us to get anything, and of course the October guidance doesn't cover all scenarios, but it does suggest that if it's a financial incentive as in a reward, then it's permissible. Happy to take any questions.
Okay, so do we now have, under that, is it that structure for someone to get the flu shot?
So the flu shot hasn't had the same concern that it's actually consideration of a health factor. The COVID vaccine has had some consideration that it is more of a health factor than it is actually a wellness type program. But the flu vaccine hasn't been considered the same way. So that's been permissible, and that's fine.
So there's no problem there, but the vaccine only because because the idea was that keeping you out of the hospital, keeping you away off the ventilator was the.
I think there are a range of reasons that it's considered different. Some of them could even be considered political.
Oh, okay. So at the end of the day, are there any? So if the flu, are there any vaccines now that you can be given incentive for? In other words, I know that my shingles 1-shot single wasn't good enough. Now I got to go back and get the 2-1. Is there any incentive? Is there any insurance company that's offering incentives to do that?
I'd have to go back and look. I mean, typically, it's often vaccines are considered preventive, so you don't have cost sharing. So in some ways, that could be considered an incentive.
Well,
but,
isn't that the same?
This is different because it's more like the gym membership, getting reimbursed.
You think
for
this
that.
is more like the gym membership? Well, that's the way it's phrased.
Yeah.
The wellness finance way it's phrased that way.
Right.
But that's the wording of the bill. I'm just to be honest. Tyler, you know me a long time. Legislation, for one-time events that sunsets, you start to wonder why we're bothering. So, but if it's an issue that we really want to solve forever, in other words, that are there situations where we think the insurance company should be doing that, and that's what the wellness financial incentive is, right? That we thought that was a good idea that insurance companies pay people if they go to to the gym.
Yeah. Well, we try to encourage sort of competition when you don't need regulation. So I think to the extent that it's clear this is permissible, perhaps employers would drive it, perhaps insurers who think that people are going to be less expensive if they get a vaccine are going to drive it. But clearly there's going to be a cost to the insurer to set up the program, make sure it complies with all requirements. And then of course they're going to be paying this reward or potentially collecting some sort of surcharge associated with it. So there has to be sort of the business reason to do it, even with permissible legislation like this. The legislation doesn't say they shall do it. That might be a different discussion.
Well, that would be dead in the water. Yeah.
But clearly it's a policy decision whether or not you want to do it for a year, something longer, or not at all.
Okay. Representative Patusek.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Brennan, for taking my question, and thank you for your testimony. Is there any rules in the insurance world that prevent a health carrier from offering any of these incentives already?
If so, it would be because it's considered discriminatory because it's consideration of a health factor. The insurance department hasn't taken that position, but somebody could argue that we should.
Okay. Representative Van Helm.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Brennan. I just have a quick nuts and bolts question. The terminology "at the time of enrollment," is that the time of enrollment and of re-enrollment, or is it just a one-shot deal when one enters a program?
I would interpret that to mean when your plan year begins.
Okay, so
which of course happens every year.
so theoretically, it could happen in 2022 and also in 2023 before sunset. Thank you.
That's true. That's not necessarily sort of our legal analysis, but that's, I think, a reasonable interpretation.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Roseanne Chester is in opposition to this bill.
Thank you, committee chair. Thank you, committee members. My name is Roseanne Chester. I'm a resident of Bedford, New Hampshire. I oppose this bill primarily because, bottom line, this is a form of bribery, plain and simple. I worked for a private nonprofit health insurance company in another state, and we received gift cards for incentives for things like if we could get our patients to add additional medications to their regime, if we could get patients to take the flu vaccine or become consistent with prenatal vitamins if they happen to be pregnant. We had incentives for everything. And The reality is what that did is the people that really needed the money, the ones that we try not to discriminate against, were the ones that were taking that money, taking those bribes, because that meant that was like $50 extra for groceries. That's awesome. I'll do it. I'll do anything. It started getting really hairy when they started giving not only our patients, but us $200 gift card incentives for ECT. Now, I don't know if you folks know what ECT is, but that's electroshock therapy. And no one should be recommending that kind of therapy without going through a significant risk-benefit analysis with the patient. We were not told that we had to do that. We were an insurance company. Our job was to get the most money from the federal government and spend the least on the patient. That's the main reason why I'm opposed to this bill. Additionally, healthcare really, I don't understand why healthcare ever became such the political beast that it did, but it has. This is my nephew, Matthew. After his fourth booster, he was an EMT. He got a $500 bonus in flight so that he could go visit his mom. He died the day he arrived in Florida from the COVID vaccine booster. Now, I'm not saying that the COVID vaccine booster did or did not cause his death, but he may not have chosen to take that vaccine booster had he not been given that $500 incentive plane fare. And that's why something like this can never happen to New Hampshire. Thank you.
Representative Burrows has a question.
Never mind. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do you think it might be in the public good for this is a voluntary program that we save money on somebody, if somebody chooses to do this, and we can save $130,000 on somebody being in a ventilator, which we all pay for, we would all pay for. So this enabling legislation, which is not a requirement, means that it would lower insurance costs for everybody, and would also free up beds. We don't know what's going to happen in the future with COVID. There were not beds available for people who had other things that needed to be treated, including ongoing cancer treatments, because there were no beds available because of COVID. Do you think that that might be a public good that outweighs some of the other concerns?
I wish I could agree with you. What we know now that we did not know then is that had we taken a different approach to COVID-19, that a lot of the people that went on ventilators and died from being ventilated may not have happened. We don't know. Had we done more robust preventative type of stuff, in work on natural immunity, increasing our, all that stuff that they talk about. Now, I'm not saying whether that would have made a difference, but one of the things we know in 2022 is that this COVID-19 vaccine and all the approaches that we have taken to combating COVID-19 has caused more problems than solutions within the mental health situation, within, like I said, with Matthew, he wasn't ever put on a ventilator. He died, his heart burst. So I can't say that it would have saved money. The last piece is that a piece of in my opinion, a piece of legislation like this would open the doors for all kinds of litigation with regards to discrimination, coercion, and potentially even crimes against humanity if it comes out years from now that we made a mistake.
Representative Greason.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, ma'am, for coming and testifying. Don't you think by this point, everybody who wanted a shot or a booster shot has pretty much already done that? So we should pretty much do like Elsa and let it go.
I understand the reason I understand the intent, and that's part of the reason why I think a lot of this COVID-19 legislation is still coming before us, similar to the masks and the other things, is we don't know what the next variant is. We don't know what the next thing is. But what we do know is that we really people that have chosen to take the COVID-19 vaccine have. I don't know if I told you folks, but I'm vaccine injured, not from the COVID-19 vaccine. But I've been told that I should not take the COVID-19 vaccine at this time until it's been long-term evaluated. However, I can't get a doctor to sign off saying I shouldn't take the vaccine. My doctor, who is no longer my doctor, made it very clear that the only way she could give me a sign off to not take the vaccine is if she knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that it would kill me. That being said, that's exactly why this kind of thing can't go into place, and we need to keep fighting against it.
Thank you.
Representative Van Houten.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I'm sorry and extend my sympathies on the loss of your nephew.
Thank you.
And I thank you for the passion and the information that you bring to us. Unfortunately, some of the circumstances you've mentioned regarding your employment are aligned with unscrupulous incentivizing. This is incentivizing about health care as opposed to the unscrupulous nature of what you have seen. Do you recognize that some people see this as a value to society to incentivize what we believe to be good health? Bearing in mind, of course, that there's so much unknown about COVID. I respect that, and I respect you. Do you believe that that's a possibility?
I believe that the intent is absolutely that. When I started working for this private profit agency, that was their intent too. This private nonprofit agency was started by a doctor and a nurse, and then insurance took over, or the humanity went out of the insurance business, and I think that happens too much. With regards to comparing this to a gym membership. A gym membership, when you are enrolled in a gym membership, sometimes they'll pay for your membership or a portion of your membership, sometimes they'll reimburse you. But the other thing that you have to do is you have to sign a contract saying you will attend 2 to 3 times a week for 6 months to be able to get any of that benefit. The problem with the COVID-19 vaccine is there is at this time no real cost analysis benefit to the COVID-19 vaccine and or the boosters.
Thank you. And I, from my point of view, I'd just like to briefly submit that saving one life is a value. And again, I appreciate all that you've said, and I understand your point of view. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you. And I appreciate and understand your point as well.
We thank you very much for coming. All right. Before I close the public hearing, we did have a little activity on this bill overnight. We had 46 in support and 126 who are opposed to the bill. And on the sign-in today, Joan Pagenaud, New Hampshire Insurance Agents, is opposed to the bill. And Roseanne, we just heard from Roseanne. And then Julie Smith from Nashua herself is opposed to the bill. And with that, I will close the public hearing. And we have one more left, and hopefully it'll be a quickie. Cindy, do you have written testimony?
No,
I
I
just
know
lo-
it's
I just lost my clerk. So.
forever.
Yeah, no, no. But he's got this great software program that records your words. You know, it's like Dragon Speak. So it's been great for everybody who testifies. But I think he had to blow
But
his
he's
nose. I
back.
think he had to blow his nose.
He's back.
No, I didn't hear you, but I could hear it coming. Okay. We'll open up the public hearing on Senate Bill 272, establishing a committee to study the oversight and operation of the public deposit investment pool. You might want to start out by telling us what that is.
I'm going to. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Cindy Rosenwald, Senate District 13 in Nashua, and we're going to stop talking about healthcare now, and we're going to talk about the public deposit investment pool, which is affectionately known as PDIP. It was established in 1992 in RSA 383:22. Its purpose is to jointly hold and manage the cash from our public jurisdictions, risk pools, and boards. It's managed by an independent advisor, currently a company that's located in Philadelphia. And since its creation 30 years ago, it's really grown. It's now got assets of just under $235 million, and is currently earning a rate of return that is 0.2875%. So it's under 0.3%. But while this fund has really grown, it really hasn't been looked at since it was created 30 years ago. And we think over in the Senate and my House co-sponsors that it's worth taking a study committee look at oversight and regulation. So, for example, is the banking commissioner's regulatory role in need of tweaks? And Mr. Hale from the Bankers Association is here and he can speak more to that. Are the investments maximizing the return along with the liquidity and safety that I would be considering that a friendly amendment?
It seems like a very complex issue with a lot of moving parts. It might take a little bit longer to really make it to come up with some good ideas.
I wouldn't be opposed. Thank you. But I'm not leaving.
I know. I know you want to stay for this. Okay, so Beth Galbern. I'm thinking about the new bank commissioner when I put your name there. So sorry. And investment advisor for New Hampshire PDIP. So are they thinking you're not doing a good job? Is that why they have in this study committee?
I'll refrain from comment on that one. I think we're doing a good job.
Good.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Good afternoon. And I'm going to follow my script for compliance sake. My name is Beth Galprin. I'm a Candia resident, Candia, New Hampshire. I'm with PFM Asset Management, and we are the program administrator and investment advisor for the New Hampshire Public Deposit Investment Pool, which I prefer to call the pool rather than the PDIP. PFM Asset Management is an investment advisor registered with the Securities and Exchange Commission with a focus on the public sector. We have over 40 years of experience providing investment management services to local government investment pools, and I'll refer to those as LGIPs going forward. Currently, we manage more than $37 billion in assets across 18 statewide pool programs. LGIPs are cooperative investment products for the investment of short-term funds. They are owned by their participants. They are created by and are governed by government rather than corporate entities. You will find LGIPs in nearly all 50 states. And generally, they've been formed either by the state itself, like in New Hampshire, or by a single municipality or by a group of municipalities. And the typical goals of an LGIP's investment portfolio, again like New Hampshire, are safety of principal, sufficient liquidity, and offering a competitive yield. LGIPs strive to be compliant with all relevant state statutes and their own investment policy permissions or restrictions. They seek between risk and yield, diversification, and convenience. And because of these features, every investor has access to the same market-driven rate, rather than different yields or rates determined by an offering corporation's measurement of acceptable profits, total relationship revenue, or preference for one local unit over another. The New Hampshire pool was established by legislation 30 years ago in '92 and was created to provide choices to meet the unique needs of the state and local government units, specifically the need for prudent management of public funds that have been entrusted to local governments. The New Hampshire pool investment types are similar to those utilized across the country for LGIPs, where significant diversification among a broad basket of investments is a key factor for risk management while prudently seeking safety of principal and, again, liquidity. The RSA 383:22-24 requires the bank commissioner to act with the assistance of the advisory committee and a qualified investment advisor, professionally managed LGIP that effectively meets the unique investment needs of the state and local government units by focusing again on safety, liquidity, yield or rate of return, and diversification. We believe the New Hampshire pool continues to meet its statutory purpose, and the participation reflects the state and local investors' continued choice in working with the New Hampshire pool. The pool is used by 504 unique New Hampshire state and local government units, investors covering towns, cities, the state, school districts, counties, libraries, trustees of trust funds, commissions, utility, water, and fire districts. And as of March 31st of this year, assets in the pool exceeded $237 million, and the 7-day or current annualized yield was 0.2489%. And we are proud, PFM is proud of our work with the Bank Commissioner's Office, the Bank Commissioner staff, and the Advisory Committee in providing investment advisory and other administrative services since 2015. And as you continue your discussion of Senate Bill 272, please know we would be happy to provide you with whatever information you need.
Great. Representative Greason has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, ma'am, for your testimony. I guess I actually have a little bit of a two-part question here. How much was the fund when you took over administration of it in 2015? So how much growth have we experienced since then? And I reiterate my question of, do you have a fiduciary obligation to your investor, your customer here, that you are obligated to maximize the rate of return on those investments? Are you under fiduciary obligation?
Okay. I can tell you our fiduciary obligation is to every investor that is involved in the pool. So that is all of those entities that I mentioned. The amount at the time of the pool in 2015, I don't know an exact number. I'm happy to provide that to you. I wanted to say 150 million, but I could be wrong. So I'd rather firm up that number.
Representative McAleer.
Thank you. Not all this money is short-term money. Is that correct?
We have short-term is in there is no investment longer than 360 days. And we have investments that have call features. So if we find an industry that maybe not be doing so well, we can pull that investment. But typically they are short-term investments.
Well, you mentioned that you have trustees of trust funds.
Correct.
And I'm from Jackson. I'm on the trustees of trust funds in Jackson. And I think when I came there, we were invested with you folks. And our rate of return at that time was 0.38. The problem with that is obviously we have public funds that are short term, but we had private funds. So for example, we had private funds with durations of, they've been in for 30 years or so. So what we did is we took it from the prudent, the prudent man rule on the private funds to the prudent investor rule. And we went from 0.38, over the last 5 years, we've made 9% compounded. It seems to me that a lot of those funds that you have, you're totally invested wrong. If I've got a 10-year time frame and I'm investing in a CD, that doesn't make sense. We came up with a investment policy where the private funds were approximately 65% equities and 35% fixed income. And it would seem to me that a lot of the money that you have, I don't know how much, maybe 20%, maybe 30%, should be under the prudent investor rule as opposed to the prudent man rule. Anything that, again, somebody establishes a private trust fund that the principal can never be invaded, and they put $100,000 in there, doesn't make any sense at all to invest that in a CD or something like that. What is your answer to that?
To be perfectly honest, I do not delve into the investments. I'm not on the trading desk. That's not my forte. Again, happy to provide information from our portfolio managers.
Well, I would definitely like to know why that is the case, that everything is invested in minimal fixed income. It just should not be that way. Thank you.
She's writing a note down.
It's okay.
Okay. Representative Herbert, and you have a real question now, right?
Yeah, how much is?
I can hear you.
I don't know if she can answer actually, but it sounded to me with that rate of return, you're very short term and you're very liquid. Is there much need for liquidity in this amount of money?
That's one of our selling points, actually, so that you can, if you deposited $1 million today and your fire truck was wrecked tomorrow, that you have absolute liquidity to withdraw the funds.
So it's the risk.
Further question?
Thank you. So the risk component of risk return is probably higher than most because of the need to be liquid.
I wouldn't say that. I'd say because we are required to invest in very high quality, whether it be treasuries, agencies, and commercial paper, that's why the risk is low, is because we are constantly monitoring that. And if we see an industry that looks like it may not be going in the right direction, we pull that security and reinvest.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Johnson.
So the reason why you're trying to stay so liquid, as an example, if you have a local city or town and they are in between their big tax revenues coming in, and that falls into that just before that next round of payments come in, they could tap into, if they had a major project where they needed to tap into that money, and then they repay it if they had to, or then they could to pay it back. Is that the reason for the liquid?
It's not a loan. It's the municipality's money.
Okay.
And as long as it's not restricted funds, for instance, like trustees of trust funds, the town couldn't pull money from the trust funds and then pay it back. Am I missing something? No, Okay. And I think somebody had mentioned about, is there a flow of money? Obviously, when taxes come in, or
TANs, like when people do the TANs in and out.
Yeah, I don't think many people do TANs anymore, but certainly when tax payments come in and, our rate is competitive, that's when the higher deposits will come in.
Okay, Representative Fargo.
Yes, and thank you for your testimony. And maybe I'm misinterpreting this, but I don't think this bill is a pointing fingers kind of thing to say that you're not doing it properly. My impression was just there's been a tremendous amount of growth, and it's just a study committee to look at it and determine, is it in the right place, or should we be using some of this money for something else? So, am I mistaken? I mean, this is a study committee really to answer some of the questions we seem to be posing, not to.
Well,
my-
it seemed to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, anyone, that the first issue on the bill was to study to determine, is the banking department really the place that should have the oversight? And we certainly understand the bank commissioner's conflict.
Yeah.
We understand that.
So just make sure I follow all this. Now, how long have you been with
How-
this?
With the pool?
Yeah,
Since Halloween of 2017.
2000. Who had your job? Who was running this program before?
Joanne Klatskin.
Joanne Class.
Joanne had been with the pool for many years.
Okay. All right. So if I just want to make sure I understand all this correctly, because I see in this letter there was some issues about how it's being paid for. This department's being paid for, through the banking department, and I assume this rate here, your 2,489, that you're taking your fees.
Fees are already out of it. That's the net rate.
That is the net. Okay.
And we have resolved the issue with who pays for the banking department's time.
Okay. So I think the agonizing question, and as I actually said as the treasurer of the Ringe Historical Society and our library fund, so that they can bypass the selectmen when people donate money, and that is that yes, you can be, buy CDs, but that if you want to be more aggressive and you want to build the fund, you actually tell your investor. And in my case, I have Schwab for one and TD Ameritrade with the other, that we want them to be more aggressive. And so obviously with your lower rate, we're assuming that you're not aggressive. You are somehow guaranteeing that there will not be loss of funds.
Well, that is our first priority. But when you say our rate is low at this time compared to what?
Could have been, yeah, had have been, right, yeah, right.
Well, last year, our rates were very low. We were waiting for the feds to make their move, and it was at a 0.02, and now we're at 0.29, which is
Right.
a significant increase over the last
I
month.
actually, once I realized that this was just bonds and this is a guaranteed fund, I was saying that 2.4 does sound actually pretty good for a guaranteed fund, right?
Well, it's not guaranteed fund.
It's not guaranteed, so there is a risk of loss of.
There is, but I can tell you in the 30 years of this pool's existence and the 40 years of PFM's managed pools, never has a penny been lost to any municipality.
Okay.
And that's because of that trading desk keeping an eyes on every investment and
Right.
following all of the regulations.
Okay, and then just last two more questions.
Mr. Chair?
may-
Excuse me, may I interject?
Yes.
I note that you are a sponsor on this bill. Is it appropriate for you to continue
am?
questioning on hearings? Well, I don't know, it's
I had
Representative
I had
Hunt.
no idea that I was a
Cheshire-
sponsor of this.
Cheshire
bill.
11?
Oh my God! All right.
that
I'm
mean I
breaking
get
the
to- do
rules.
I get to
Okay,
take
thank
back-
you, Representative, for pointing that
Do I
out.
get to take
But
back Angela's
it's
assistant?
clear that I had no idea that my name is going. I don't ever remember putting my name on this bill, but okay. So I just want to make sure I understand so towns, the treasurer of the town, when, let's say, after the quarterly tax or semi-annual taxes, they'll have a windfall and they're going to send this money up to you for a short term.
Yes, or it could be long-term. We have a number of trustees' accounts that have been in there for many, many, many years, even
Right.
before PFM took over.
So even though this is running through the bank department, the people are sending you the check, and you then go invest it, and then you will send the town the check back. So our let's say New Hampshire private wealth banks and all our banks that we might be good advisors and investors actually don't get to participate in this program at all, but that's by choice by a town making that decision.
That's correct. The banking department oversight is the oversight for the pool, but it's PFM, it's the investment advisor at the time that does all of the investing, all of the administration. We meet with the banking department and advisory committee on a quarterly basis and just review what PFM has done and any changes in investments. We review the investments with them. And typically, the money goes from the client or the investor through an ACH, an automatic clearinghouse transfer. And if they want money back, we pull it back the same way.
Okay, great.
One quick
Happy to provide any information you need.
Great. So Ryan Hale from the New Hampshire Bankers Association that's in support of this bill.
And we're not saying we're opposed.
I assumed your card had nothing checked. Good afternoon, Ryan.
Good afternoon. Well, I believe I'm the last speaker, and I know you've had
Oh, I have one more card after you.
Well, I'm one of the few that are between you and your cars
Yes.
after a long day, so I'll be brief. The only worst place to be is between you and lunch. So
That's right.
anyways, further, Chairman Hunt, honorable members of the House Commerce Committee, it's great to be in front of you again today. For the record, my name is Ryan Hale. I'm Vice President, Government Relations for New Hampshire Bankers. Represent 38 member banks that employ roughly 6,000 employees. As the pink card says, we are here in front of you today in support of Senate Bill 272. Establishing a study committee to look at the oversight and operation of the PDIP, or Public Deposit Investment Pool. This is the purpose of this is, as former speakers have, or prior speakers have indicated, it's really to take a look at the banking department's role in PDIP, as well as the impact on the fund on New Hampshire's economy and the general performance, safety, and diversification and rate of return of the pool. This pool, again, as prior speakers have said, was developed back in the early 90s. At that time, banks were going through a pretty rocky road. This was set up to provide an option for towns, municipalities, the state, and others to put their money. However, today banks are in much better shape. They're liquid. Additionally, the regulators have indicated how strong position banks are today. And there is significant regulatory oversight of banks to ensure that we do not get back to the places we were in back in the early 90s. One of the things I really want to point out is over the past couple of years, former banker commissioner Jerry Little, who was in charge of overseeing PDIP, the oversight of PDIP in the advisory committee, continuously would say he feels in conflict. He feels in conflict because his job at the time was to oversee the safety and soundness of New Hampshire state chartered banks. However, with the oversight of this pool, the majority of the money, or all the money, and at this time it's around $230 million, is leaving the state, as the sponsor indicated. Leaving the state is not in New Hampshire chartered banks, and is leaving, in some cases, the country altogether in some of the investments. This puts the commissioner's charge of overseeing safety and soundness of state chartered banks in conflict, and was always looking to find another home for it. So I think that's really where a lot of this has come from, and talking with the sponsor over the past few months. I won't get into any more details because I know a lot of it has already been said, so I'll pause there and see if there's any questions.
Well, yeah. Where would it go?
What's that?
Where would it go if it's not the banking department?
Well, that's for the study committee.
No, they bunch of legislators. We would be looking to you and tell us where it should be going.
Well, I know.
I mean, I guess I'll call Jerry, when I get home tonight and ask him what he was thinking. But, it's legislators, when we do a legislative study committee, you got to give us a little,
I think it's
guidelines on
I know
where we're going to
conversations
go
have
with
been-
it.
been had with the treasurer, New Hampshire Municipal Association, on whether or not they'd be interested in taking it. over the years. So those are some suggestions.
Treasurer or, okay, or municipal associate. Okay, any other? Yes, Representative Herbert.
Would you own munis in this thing? I mean, there isn't any tax advantage to buying munis, are there, for this particular fund?
I don't believe so. I'm sorry. I
Munis, he's
yeah.
municipal bonds you're
Yeah.
talking about?
Yeah, I mean, there are tax advantages for an individual because
Right.
you aren't
The
taxed.
towns don't pay taxes.
Towns don't pay taxes, so
No,
I don't know. I could
As
see
a-
treasuries and things
Okay.
of that nature, but not municipals.
Okay. I think we're all set.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Lauren Warner. To wrap it up for us.
Honorable Chair and members of the committee, my name is Lauren Warner. I am the Deputy General Counsel for the New Hampshire Banking Department. I am here to speak on behalf of the Banking Department if you had questions regarding the department's role in operation of the pool. I understand there's been a number of testimony already provided that's given quite in detail information as to the pool, and I did provide a testimony handout as well, which really describes our
Let her finish.
Well, just given the late nature of the hour, I really wanted to more so be here to provide any answers to questions you might have regarding the banking department's role, as I feel like I don't want.
So how many other states have one of these things?
And I do not know the number of states. I could certainly look
Yes.
that up for
Well,
you.
yeah,
I believe
take these notes down. How many other states?
we are
And
the only one that has housed within the banking department. I do
okay,
know that.
that's the 64,000. So what we'd like to know is what other states are doing and who do they have for oversight.
Where they might be located.
Yeah, that'd be great. Even though I'm not supposed to ask questions. But that was a chairman type question. They can get any information.
I have a committee type of question. Am I after Mr. Representative Herbert?
I'm still interested in the question. I have a question.
Okay, but no, I'm going to ask Representative Van Houten first, because ladies first.
Oh, okay. Boy, you pulled that one out fast.
Thank you. My question is a very simple question. Would the department have any issue in exploring a 30-year history of something just to see if we have it right at this point in time, which I believe is the focus of this bill?
And so as a department, we're not taking a position on it. So we're not in opposition or in support as to looking into this. We would be glad to provide any information.
And I
but
do
just like-
respect that. Thank you very much.
Now, Representative Herbert.
What I thought I heard, was that there was some concern or interest. There was some concern that the money was being invested elsewhere outside the state, outside the country, and that I read into that statement that the banking, with $300+ million in liquidity, that maybe some of that money could go out into the communities. They put the money into the fund to begin with.
So as the banking department, I would have to defer that question more so to PFM as to where the money is invested outside of the country. So we, as a department, really deal with oversight of the pool as well as along with the advisory committee. So more so doing the RFP and the contracts and the like for the management of the pool. PFM is the entity, as Ms. Galprin is here, that does the actual investing. So she would be able to more properly answer your question as to where the funds may go or to what extent could they be reinvested in the community.
I think, so I would agree that more money should be.
This is a would you believe?
Yeah, would you believe? I think it's a good idea to have some more of that money stay in New Hampshire as an
I
investment.
certainly hope it's not in Russia, right? Okay, Representative McAleer.
Thank you. Real quick question, and if you don't know it, maybe you could find it out, but what is the approximate annual liquidity need from this fund? In other words, is there 10%, 15%, 20%? How much each year is actually withdrawn?
And I would, I'll have to check with PFM, but I can
Yep.
get you that answer.
Thank you.
And to speak generally in regards to Mr. Hale's point regarding former Commissioner Little's concerns regarding having the pool housed within the banking department. What we did do last legislative session in HB 610 was to address some of that inherent conflict where the banking department, so the bank commissioner as well as banking department staff were spending time working on the pool. So the RFP, the quarterly meetings. So technically that time spent was being subsidized by our regulated entities because we did not have a funding mechanism to address this concern. HB 610 back in the last legislative session was passed, which added Section 5 to RSA 383:22, which now allows the commissioner as well as all banking department staff to track our times. We use our per diem rate calculated and bill that directly to the pool that is processed by PFM of a way of a quarterly invoice. So
Yeah, I did see that. And the other thing that I kind of struck by, it says the bank commissioner and an advisory committee.
yes.
Who's on the advisory
So
committee?
the advisory committee, it's actually per statute, the members on it. So we have the treasurer.
See, treasurer's on there anyway.
Yes, Monica
Okay.
Mezapelli is on there, as well as various representatives from municipal boards. I can pull it up. Sorry, I don't have it memorized off the top of my head, but as well as, so we have a Department of Revenue designee normally, as well as New Hampshire Government
How many people are on this advisory board?
There are currently 9 on the
Yeah,
advisory
could you just
board.
email that to us?
Sure, certainly. Yes,
That would
I
be
can email
great.
you the list of
Rather
each
than me trying to
member, who
figure
they
that all out.
represent.
Yeah, that'd be great. So theoretically, they're meeting on a quarterly basis.
Correct.
And I guess the agenda item is discussing whether this is really should be under the banking department or not. Has never been an agenda item, I assume.
For the actual advisory committee, there has been discussions, as Mr. Hale had noted. Commissioner Little in the past did reach out, I believe.
Well, that was a begrudging, comment by Jerry.
Yeah.
We don't know
So
that,
it's been
that this actually was on the agenda of this advisory
Oh,
committee.
yes. And so he had never had any luck finding another home for it. So we've been able to address some of his concerns through HB 610, which.
Right, 610, please address the billing
Yes.
issues. Okay, cool. All right. Learn something new every day. Okay, thank you very much and welcome.
Thank you.
You got nothing on the today's blue sheet. And we have Senator Kavanaugh and Senator Susie are in support. And then Julie Smith of Nashua, New Hampshire is opposed. And with that, I will close. Nashua, isn't that your district? Julie Smith. Well, there's probably a lot of Julie Smiths in here.